Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Progressive Discussions. I'm your host, James P. Madonna, of Progressive Discussions, as seen on the web since 2007. Visually, as seen on the web. I did podcasts way before that with my mentor and original co-host, the Reverend Dr. William J. Eisenman. May he rest in peace. It happens to be a cool, well, very cool, dry, crisp, clear, sunny autumn. It was beautiful weather today for Saturday. If it was like this every day of the year, I would be happy. Not too cold, not colder than a witch's titty, but not hot either. So, no heat, no air conditioning required. Perfect day during my favorite time of the year, October, November. So, how is everyone doing out there in this country and world of chaos? Yes, we are in chaos. And that's why I will never run out of material. Mr. Jason Cleveland, where is the false prophet? Well, there's plenty of them on the right wing, on the right side of the fence. Well, the right wing side. I shouldn't say the right side. I just want to have a brief moment of silence. Um, a legendary rock and roll singer of the past passed away very recently. Jerry Lee Lewis. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. May he rest in peace. Okay, and also may the New York Yankees rest in peace. You know, their problem is at the top. Not only the front office, but it goes all the way up to Hal Steinbrenner. He re-signed Aaron Boone, the floundering manager that flounders like the rest of the upper management towards the end of the season. They know how to get in the playoffs. They know how to get to the postseason, but they just don't have what it takes to win it. And they blow it every time. It's been quite a while since they won a World Series, and Aaron Boone made some mistakes. There's no doubt about that. But the roster, the responsibility of building a good roster, it falls on the shoulders of General Manager Brian Cashman, who has a tendency to sign up old washed-up has-beens that have a great past, and there's the key word, past track record, but not necessarily current. Some of the guys are old, man, you know. Carpenter, I think Donaldson, they're no spring chickens. I would have all superstar AAA farm team, young lads, young men from AAA farm team, pick out the cream of the crop, and I would just maybe have one or two well-established ball players, just like as a magnet to get people, to get the bodies in the seats, sell tickets, like a magnet. They want to come and see the big, well-known star, but that's it. That's it. I just want to say good morning to Masumi. Good morning, Masumi. And I hope you have a great Sunday. It is now 9:09 a.m. Sunday in the Tokyo region of Japan. Good morning to you, my dear Masumi. You are leaving home very soon. Oh, so that means you have an early appointment. You are leaving for your salon. Masumi has a very nice, well-established salon, and she has many clients. So drive carefully to work, Masumi, and have a great day. So what was I saying? Yeah, the problem is at the top. I mean, Hal Steinbrenner, he sees no need to fire Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman, which means it's just the same repetitive story every year. The Yankees get they sign up people that will work cheap, like the old geezers that Cashman likes to hire, And of course, the rookies, the young guys, are not too expensive, but they have a tendency also to trade away great players that have great potential, and they just don't have any common sense. I don't think they're really putting enough thought into their roster. So I think the blame goes right to the top. Hal Steinbrenner and Cashman, but I think Hal Steinbrenner is an idiot. He's a moron. You're very welcome, Asumi. Very welcome. Okay. Give me one moment before I start off the show with the current political topics. Just give me one chance here. One more chance. One more chance. Let's see. And I will. Well, I had a really good dinner tonight. I had a huge, succulent chicken breast on the bone because I noticed the meat is juicier and more flavorful when it's on the bone. Hot and spicy, dry rub with seasoned organic brown rice. It was outstanding. I really enjoyed it. What's going on here? What is going on? Okay, I'm done. Okay, now I will go. Excuse me while I have a sip of my own concoction, antioxidant rich organic herbal tea, iced tea, herbal iced tea from Trader Joe's with a tablespoon of raw, unpasteurized, unfiltered organic Bragg, Bragg, apple cider vinegar. Here's to good health. Okay, that hits the spot. All right. Let me bring up the first subject. Dripping wet, Donald Trump visibly disoriented at horrifying rally. I never run out of material, folks. As long as the inherent sinful nature of humanity is in existence, and evil becomes part of the oligarch, the top 1%, and the money goes straight to the top of these to these wicked people with a sinister, selfish agenda. I don't see the chaos really leaving the planet. It might be the end times, like some people say. It might just be. Because there we go. Okay, let's see what's going on with old Trumpenstein.
All right, the big political rally of the weekend was when a soaking, dripping wet Trump showed up to very windy Texas, supposedly to campaign in favor of Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. It was all about himself. It was all about me, I'm the victim. Everything bad happens to me. And yeah, I guess vote for these people, sort of, if you need to or if you want to. A very scary rally. Trump not only looked disoriented, glitched about a dozen or 14 times. In most rallies, he brain glitches 2 or 3 times, but glitched at least a dozen times. But also saying things that are so crazy that we have to wonder if Trump really believes this stuff. Something must be going on where he has entered an alternate reality, one that doesn't exist. Here, he suggests he's going to sue to get people's Pulitzer Prizes taken away, and then wants Fox hosts to be given Pulitzer Prizes. Fantasy world. He might as well be on NARS.
So you have reporters from the Washington Post and New York Times that got Pulitzer Prizes, and they reported the exact wrong thing. So within the next 2 weeks, we're suing the Pulitzer organization to have those prizes taken back.
That's almost certainly not going to happen. And of course, if it does, no prizes are being taken back.
We'll be doing that over the next 2 weeks. I think it's a very good lawsuit, but we'll see. But we're soon. Think of it. They got the Pulitzer Prize for wrong reporting. But other people should have gotten the Pulitzer Prize because, frankly, they got it right for years. And they don't do
like
Pulitzer
who?
Prizes for guys like Sean Hannity.
Oh.
But they should, by a different name. And Tucker Carlson and Jeanine Pirro.
Imagine giving Jeanine Pirro a Pulitzer Prize. Most belligerent monologue.
And Laura, and so many different people, but they don't get anything. They give Pulitzer. So
really, really scary, wacky stuff. And then, of course, Trump pulled out the C word. No, not about women, guys. Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm talking about the word communism.
Before our very eyes, Biden and his left-wing handlers are turning America into a police state. And I don't even think it's Biden, to be honest with you. But they got some bad people around.
Now, understand that at the same speech, he said, Biden and Democrats don't care about our police. They're defunding police. They're getting rid of police and turning America into a police state. With which police?
Like something straight out of a communist country. See, I used to say socialist, but we've skipped socialism. We don't talk about that. I don't even mention it anymore. We're not socialists anymore. We're communists. We've gone over socialism. We're gone. It's over. It's communist. They're talking about communists. This is a communist system that.
Now, of course, there is absolutely nothing communistic about Joe Biden whatsoever. In fact, he's almost too much of a centrist for the social democrats to even like him. But all of these terms meaningless, essentially, because Trump and the people behind him don't even know what they mean. Trump then continues to tell the lie that it was Nancy Pelosi who failed to use the military on January 6th. He's the commander-in-chief of the military, though.
I talk about the fact that Nancy Pelosi refused to use the military, and they didn't need 10,000 to 20,000. If they had 500 people, it would have been more than enough.
Now, of course, Donald Trump was the commander-in-chief of the military at that time. He ordered 10,000 troops, and Nancy Pelosi said no. There is no evidence that Nancy Pelosi said no to anybody, nor that she has the authority to. And there's also no evidence that Donald Trump ordered 10,000 troops. Like you order a Big Mac. Simply no evidence of that at all. At another point during the rally, Trump alluded to a really insane conspiracy theory that there were satellites that changed votes from him to Biden. So we've heard about there were massive dumps. We've heard about, the number of sandwiches didn't make sense that they brought for the poll workers. We've heard all these other conspiracy theories, but this is an extra crazy one.
This paper ballots, the old-fashioned way. That's the way you're going to stop. Would you agree with that, Mike? That's the way you're going to stop it.
if some of these you sometimes come across conspiracy theories that are not based in reality, but they have an internal logic where, like, if you accept that the conspiracy is possible and exists, it has an internal logic. This one doesn't even make sense. You're going to, instead of just flipping the vote on the machine, you're going to send the vote through a series of geostationary satellites, and then it'll come back as a vote for someone else. Like, it's overly complicated. It doesn't even make any sense. Trump then, this was maybe the most depraved moment of the entire person, is to put him in court and
D-Wade, this person leaked from the Supreme Court, never happened. You know, you find, but they don't want to mention this because I think it's so terrible. You take the writer, you're never going to find it. They're going through phone records. It's been a long time. You take the writer and or the publisher of the paper, a certain paper, you know, and you say, who is the leaker? National Security. And they say, we're not going to tell you. They say, it's okay, you're going to jail. And when this person realizes that he is going to be the bride of another prisoner very shortly, he will say, I'd very much like to tell you exactly who that leaker it was billed.
So the joke is, our prisons are so unsafe, sometimes people are sexually assaulted. Oh, that Donald Trump, he's so clever. Dystopian moment, a group of QAnon type people interrupted Trump and started singing the national anthem at the rally, and Trump allowed the entire thing to go on.
Time he talks, he cries.
Dorks.
These are the people we have. But remember this, January 6th, this committee, the two things they didn't talk about, two things, was that the people went down there and you could have had over 1 million people.
Cult. So understand, and they sing the entire thing. Understand what happened, okay? Cult leader Trump was bemoaning that they are going after the January 6th rioters. And as he does that, in a show of defiance and seemingly support for the rioters, and I guess they're implying the rioters did something very patriotic, the crowd stands up, led by a sort of conspiracy group in the front row area, based on reports I've read, and starts singing the national anthem. This is a cult. Anything the cult leader says must be defended. And if he says something really crazy, you get up and you sing the national anthem. Trump then ranting about the boxes, continuing to make wild claims, this time about presidents putting boxes in Chinese laundries. And I can assure you this does nothing to exculpate Trump from what he did with those documents.
Been looking at me for a long time, Dr. Ronnie. I'll tell you what, they found nothing. They have found one thing, I will say. They found that I, like you, am a great patriot. That's what they found. It's a disgrace what's going on. Like the boxes hoax. Have you looked at the boxes hoax, okay? This is the new one. The boxes, you know, Mar-a-Lago. Have you seen the last 5 or 6 presidents, what they did? They took it, they're in Chinese laundries, they're stored. They're in storage houses where the windows and doors are broken. It's a disgrace.
Now, we've already looked at each of those claims individually. They're all either deceptive or outright false, but it doesn't matter. They just grow. While the QAnon music played, then Trump attacked electric vehicles.
We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, even
Demanding.
though they can't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China. when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States,
Inexpensively.
but not available in China.
There are now, this is conservatively, 2 electric vehicles with a 400 plus mile range. There are 15 electric vehicles with a 300 plus mile range. And there are almost 20 with a 250 mile range. So it's just pathetic. Now, maybe the cultiest moment of the rally, Trump calls up Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton to speak. When you go up there, if the cult leader gives you an opportunity to speak, you should damn well better know that you're supposed to just praise the cult leader when you're allowed to speak. And that's exactly what Ken Paxton does.
Hey, so Mr. President, Dan, Patrick, and I were over here asking, how does this president draw a crowd year after year, thousands of people, unlike anybody we've ever seen? And so I've been sitting here trying to figure it out.
Right.
And the question I thought was,
What did you determine, Ken?
maybe he's a great speaker. Well, Mr. President, that's true. You are a great speaker, but I don't think that's why everybody's here. Is it because he's a great businessman?
No.
He clearly is a great businessman, but I don't think that's why everybody's here. Maybe it's because you're a great golfer. I don't think that's why everybody's here. This president and the people that come to see him are here because, in my opinion, you tell me I'm right, he's done more for the American people than any president in our lifetime. Hey,
So he was certainly on message. He knew exactly what he was supposed to do. Scary cult rally. These are serious cultists. Serious interventions would be necessary to get them out. And if you need more proof of that, let's look at some of the interviews with the cult members. I want to tell you about something I use every day because it simplifies my life.
Oh boy. How about that, huh? For insanity. Hold on, Jordy. Hold on, Jordy. Vampire dust. What? No, I was showing the first political video. I was busy. That's Geordie from Scotland, songwriter, techno master, performing artist, Geordie K. All right. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to post it publicly because I have to get through these political articles and videos. Let's see what we got here.
Hi, it's Stacey Abrams. There's a huge fundraising deadline for House Democrats, and I need you to chip in $5 right now.
This is beyond parody. Donald.
Okay, Jordy, send me a message on Facebook Messenger next time. I didn't want to make the link public for certain reasons. Oh man, too late now. It's already out. Okay. Yeah. I always run into a snag. There's always something going on when I go live. You see, I got this is a serious show, and it's always been that way. But I don't want to trivialize it by okay. All right. Oh well. For the next topic, and it does involve Donald Trump.
This is beyond parody. Donald Trump is having such trouble doing like normal interviews lately that he is increasingly relegated to doing whack job interviews. The latest is with conspiracy theorist Dinesh D'Souza, and it is quite frankly beyond parody. Dinesh D'Souza is increasingly a darling of the conspiracy right that believes Donald Trump was actually the winner of the 2020 election.
Hold on. Mr. Jordy K is with us.
Hello.
Mr. Jordy K from Scotland, performing artist. How are you, sir?
I got my sugar skull
Yeah,
up here
you
for
got,
Halloween.
I was just gonna say you got yourself a sugar skull, right?
Yeah.
The camera. I got a bunch of them.
I'm glad you noticed it.
I got a big collection, but that's a nice one. That's a nice
Thank
one.
you.
I leave my sugar skulls displayed all year round. I don't take them down. I don't put them away.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, they're up
James,
there.
James, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're
Good.
doing good. Hope you're doing good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm
You know?
doing all right. I'm good. The weather is nice and dry and clear and sunny and cool. Most importantly,
Yeah.
no hot weather. So
Well, the weather in Scotland, is fucking shite. It's rainy, it's cloudy, and it's miserable.
well, you get a lot of rain in that part of the world, right? A lot of
Yeah.
fog.
Sadly, we do.
You get
Yeah.
fog. You get a lot of fog and frogs. Fogs.
Yeah. I don't know about frogs, but we get a lot of fog. Yeah, we get a lot of fog. We get a lot of clouds. Too many clouds to be precise, and rain and wind and coldness. You know, it's a pain in the arse, but when you live in Scotland, you get used to it. You know.
That's why you probably eat a lot of stews and soups and things of that nature.
Oh yeah, stew with sausages.
And sausages.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Today I had a huge chicken breast on the bone, hot and spicy, with
Ooh.
fried. You know.
James, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Repeat after me. Mince and tatties. Mince and tatties.
Mesataki? What? What does that mean?
So, do you know what mince is? Mince is basically like beef, steak, mince. Mince? Do you know what mince is?
No, no, I'm not familiar with that term.
Okay, look up on Google mince and potatoes. In Scotland, we call that mince and tatties.
What is it, like a pot roast of some kind?
No, it's basically like a big giant plate of mince, like minced beef. Like you
minced. Minced.
Yeah.
Oh,
look up mince. Look up mince. Look up mince and tatties. That's a famous Scottish dish. It's called mince and tatties. MINCIETIM. Hold on. TATTIAS. Mince and tatties.
Well, this is my favorite time of year. I love October. I even like November, but I like October the most.
Yeah.
Autumn is wonderful.
James, do you know what I do for Christmas dinner?
What?
We get a raw turkey and we wrap it. We get a big giant raw turkey and we wrap it with streaky bacon. Do you know what streaky bacon is? Streaky bacon is different
Oh, you
from.
mean the pork belly? You slice it and you put the bacon all over it, right?
Mhm. So we get the raw turkey and we get the streaky bacon and we wrap the turkey with the streaky bacon and we put that fucker in the oven for like 2 hours, 3 hours, 2.5 hours or something
Yeah,
with stuffing.
low heat.
And
Like, yeah.
yeah, and then we bring that bastard back out and it's got crispy bacon wrapped around it and it's got the turkey skin. Oh yeah, so good.
There's no dry
Mhm.
turkey meat with that with that word.
Yeah, it's so fucking. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. Well, bacon. I I never met a person who didn't like bacon. I mean,
Yeah,
everybody loves bacon. I mean,
I love bacon.
how could you not love it?
It's the best thing in the fucking world. It's the easiest thing to cook as well. Bang that thing in the frying pan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially the slab bacon, the thicker bacon.
James. What I like is the streaky bacon. It's a thing called streaky bacon. If you know what streaky bacon is, it's got the fat on there and it's
Yeah,
got the pink bit. It's basically like a wee layer. It's got fat. It's got the pink bit. It's got the meat.
the
It's got the
smoked.
fat.
I like the smoked
Streaky bacon. Oh yeah, smoked as well.
hickory
Yeah.
smoked or applewood smoked or I don't care, whatever wood.
Have you ever had smoked haddock? Smoked haddock before?
No,
It's
but I'm sure
yellow.
it's very good.
Oh my god, that's so good.
I've had smoked whiting. Um,
That might be cod fillets.
yeah, I have had other smoked.
Hey Jason, how you doing, bud?
Okay,
Cheers.
Jason,
Cheers,
you
Jason.
still doing yard work, and so that means is did the sun go down yet or not really by you?
I don't know. But
Yard work. That means you only clean uh um 3 foot squared a yardstick.
maybe
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, smoked bacon, breakfast sausage. Actually, I'm gonna be frying that tomorrow.
smoked haddock. Smoked haddock, James. James, try smoked haddock. Smoked haddock, it's like these fish fillets, haddock fillets, but they're yellow because they've been smoked. And oh, they're so fucking good, baby.
The haddock is the top of the line in the codfish family. It's
Mm-hmm.
the top of all the codfish.
Yeah, man.
Haddock.
Yeah,
You
the haddock.
get better cod than haddock. You
But
know,
if you're talking about seafood, then I've got to go with scallops. Scallops
I
are
got scallops
fucking
in the
amazing.
freezer right now. I put it in my
Mhm.
I put it in
Oh
my
wow.
I made homemade spaghetti sauce with bay scallops last week.
Oh, that sounds fucking nice.
Yeah, with
Nice,
whole wheat
James.
spaghetti and yeah, I put the
Mm.
scallops in, but the scallops got to go in towards the end. First, you got to cook
Yeah.
the sauce because scallops don't take that long to cook.
So what was it? You made spaghetti and then you made the tomato sauce?
Well, first I made the sauce the day before,
Okay.
and then I
What, pesto?
or no tomato based,
Okay.
and then after it was done, I boiled the whole wheat spaghetti, and then the scallops go in last.
Yeah.
Because the scallops cook they don't take that long.
Yeah, they take about 5 minutes to cook.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin them, so I put it in last.
You want
And,
them soft, but you want them still a wee bit crispy. Crispy on the top, but a wee bit soft.
Well, when scallops are cooked, when you break it, it's kind of, you see like strands, like like stringy, like a little stringy.
If you break it apart, then
Yeah,
you see like wee strand. Yeah.
but in the sauce,
That's when you know that it's cooked properly.
in the sauce, it's different. In the sauce, it's not like broiled or fried. It's like it's steamed, but it's in the tomatoes. So
Right.
it takes on the flavor of the spaghetti sauce.
Did you use sun-dried tomatoes?
No, I use the crushed plum tomatoes, the Italian plum tomatoes,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Marzano,
Yeah, they're
something like
tasty.
that.
They're tasty.
And I use a big can of crushed, and I use a little can of tomato
Yeah.
paste from the
James,
plum.
have you ever had cherry tomatoes? Cherry tomatoes?
Cherry
Tomato.
tomatoes are good for salad.
And
Yeah.
celery.
I used
And
to grow them in my garden because my mother, she loved cherry tomatoes in her salad.
What my favorite vegetable is celery.
You like celery?
I love celery.
You gotta get a potato peeler and take the strings off. You know, on the outside. You
Hold
gotta
on.
get those strings off. Oh, he's either going to the bathroom, or he's getting a beer, or he got a call. It's one of those two. I mean, one of those three. Oh man. I bet a lot of the dudes I know that usually come on the show are watching the World Series. Most likely. That's why the show is quiet. I'm really not a fan of either of the two teams, so I could care less. I mean, I like to see the Philadelphia Phillies win, because I really don't like that right-wing extremist crazy state of Texas. It's way too Republican for me. And plus, to get revenge for what they do to the Yankees all the time, you know. So that's why I would like to see Philadelphia win, but is it going to change the quality of my life? No. I don't gamble. I don't have any bet riding on this World Series. Believe me, these guys make millions per year, so it doesn't really matter. You know, I mean, even if my favorite teams, like the Red Sox, even if the Red Sox won, is it going to make my life any better? No. I mean, I'll be pleased, I'll be happy, but you know, it's not going to change anything, the quality of life.
I was
Not
trying
for
to
me.
find I tried to find my fucking celery, but I don't know what the fuck you meant to.
A celery, they use celery a lot in you know, in salads, like tuna salad, egg
Oh
salad,
yeah.
seafood.
James, have you ever had celery soup? Celery soup is amazing.
No, but they do put celery here. They do put celery in chicken soup.
Oh, and chicken soup.
I think celery and
Yes.
carrots. But you gotta
Yeah.
peel those strings off on the outside. You gotta take the potato peeler and take those, because otherwise you be.
If you get fucking like, if you ever get like salmon, like a fried salmon, you get asparagus, like fried asparagus on the side.
Yeah, asparagus makes my urine stink to high heaven. And it does. Oh, you know what?
Yeah, me too.
You know what my grandmother used to do with the celery stalks? She would peel the strings off and she would have them ice cold with cream cheese in the,
Oh,
what do you call it? In the
what
groove.
blue cheese?
No,
Like
not blue
fucking
cheese. She would put cream cheese in the groove. You know the groove?
what the groove? Yeah, so the
Yeah.
celery
One
has like
side has
it's like
the
a U. It's like a U shape.
U. Yeah, a
Yeah,
pocket.
yeah. So in the
And she-
groove.
and
Oh, okay.
she put cream cheese in that.
My friend from America used to have peanut butter with celery and
Celery.
peanut butter.
I like peanut butter and apple.
What she used to do was she used to have a celery stick and she
Peanut
used to
butter
have
and banana.
peanut butter in
and
it
apple.
and raisins. Celery, peanut butter, and raisins. That's what she used to like. And I thought that was fucking weird. Celery, peanut butter, and raisins. That's a bit
Raisins.
strange. Yeah,
Raisins and peanut
that's
butter?
strange.
I mean, I like raisins.
That's what my friend used to have.
I like raisins in the oatmeal, but I don't know about peanut butter.
No, not for me.
Not for
Celery
me.
with fucking what you said. That sounds nice.
Yeah, it's
Celery with peanut butter and raisins? No, not for me.
no.
That just sounds fucking
Like I
gross.
used to I have this stainless steel device that you take the apple and you push it through the apple and it takes the core out and it cuts the apple in wedges. Then I would put peanut butter on the wedge of apple and eat it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really, to me, it's really tasty. But I like the sour type apples, not sweet ones. The more that like a
The green ones, what we call them is Granny Smith.
Granny Smith's. Well, they're good for pie.
Yeah, Granny Smith apples.
Yeah, Granny Smith's. There's some others that are not that are tart.
James, I love apple pie. So fucking good.
Does your mom ever bake apple pie?
No, but she's made a steak pie before. What my mom does is she makes a steak pie and she puts a Guinness in there. So she makes a steak pie and she puts a kind of Guinness in the steak pie. So it's
Really?
basically a steak and ale pie. Yeah. She's never made an ale pie or anything, though.
Yeah, but you know what? I love those meat pies.
My ex-girlfriend used to do these fucking. She used to make this tuna pasta that was amazing. My ex-girlfriend, Kirsty.
Is that the one I met one time when you were singing? You were singing one of your new songs.
No, that was another girl.
That was somebody else. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that must have been Zoe or Rhoda that you met.
Zoe. I think that was Zoe.
Yeah. She's on my well, that was the last girl that I've been in contact with, and I love Zoe, right? But like, I want to have a wee relationship with her, but oh god.
Yeah, but doesn't she know you're a performing artist?
Yeah. I fucking miss her. But yeah, Zoe's awesome. But yeah. No, that wasn't her. That was I can't remember. But yeah. James, thank you for having me on. You're awesome.
You're very welcome. Geordie K from Scotland, performing artist, techno master.
You know Vampire Dust?
Yeah, the song you did.
Well, I have now released a song called Vampire Run, which is the sequel to Vampire Dust.
You know what? Could you send me the link to that in Facebook Messenger when you get a chance?
Yeah, okay. Hold on.
When you get a chance, you know.
I can do it right now, bud. It's all good.
Yeah. I want to listen to that.
Okay, so Vampire Dust was I smell the blood, vampire dust. Okay, so that was Vampire Dust. So the second one is called Vampire Run, which is the sequel to Vampire Dust. Hold on. What, send it on Messenger?
Yeah, send it to me on Messenger. And you know what? If it sounds as good as the first one, I'll play it as a when I open up the show next time.
Yeah, feel free, man. Wait, honestly, even if I'm not here, just play my songs. It's all good.
I'm gonna play. I'll play it as a theme when I open up the show. I'll play it as a theme. Thank you. I got it.
You got it?
Yep.
Sweet. Okay.
That's your brand. That's your newest song, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll listen to it, and I'm gonna get back to my political video, and
Come on.
I want to thank you for stopping by, like always. It's great to see you.
James, thank you for having me. I will you get back to your political stuff. So,
God bless.
Peace, love, and happiness to you, buddy.
All right, Geordie K from Scotland, people. Thank you.
Take care, chatters. Goodbye. James, take it easy, and thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for stopping by.
Cheers, buddy. Have a good night.
Cheers.
Buonanotte, which means good night in Italian. Buonanotte.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All righty. Back to the video. Well, it was nice, you know, all the way from Scotland. Mr. Geordie K.
Dinesh D'Souza made the film 2000 Mules. This is a completely farcical, obviously completely debunked film that makes almost unfalsifiable claims based on mobile phone geolocation data to argue that because there were people with mobile phones more or less near ballot drop boxes at different times of day during the early voting period in 2020, it is clear that they were carrying like mules. Remember, that's the idea. They were mules for thousands or tens of thousands of fraudulent ballots that they were doing massive dumps with into the drop boxes. There's no evidence for any of it. Widely debunked. Watch the film if you want to blow 2 hours and then research each of the claims, and you will find that it is vacant and vapid. But Trump loves it. So Trump agreed to be interviewed by Dinesh D'Souza. And Donald Trump's lies are getting more and more sick and more disconnected from reality, if you can imagine that. In this first clip, Donald Trump claims some people voted 28 times on the same day in 2020. This is a claim for which there is no evidence. There isn't a little evidence. There isn't some evidence. There is no evidence for this claim. And Dinesh D'Souza just nods along.
And then, of course, they voted 6, 7, 8 times, you know, as much as they could in the local area. Some of the people went back, I guess, they said 28 times in one day. to vote at different places with, numerous votes, but they can't put in 1,000 because it wouldn't be it wouldn't look right.
Right. They voted 28 times because voting 1,000 times would raise suspicions, but voting 28 times was fine. Under whose names? They never answer that question. Just the most fundamental. Oh, if I, David Pacman, try to vote 28 times in 28 different places, at each place I have to give some name, and it has to be someone who hasn't already voted, but's registered in that particular precinct. How would I get the names? What names did I give? They don't tell us. No, the people voted 28 times.
They're very smart. They go in with 5 votes, 6 votes, 7 votes, and then they go to another one. But it adds up to millions of votes.
Yeah, absolutely delusional. And again, it's the blind leading the blind. Dinesh D'Souza just nodding along. In the next clip, Donald Trump raises the conspiracy theory that William Barr, his own attorney general, this is not, Merrick Garland, Trump's own attorney general, William Barr, covered up the election fraud because of fear he had of Democrats.
It was wonderful. They didn't even do checking. Bill Barr was afraid to be impeached. He was petrified of being impeached.
And look at Dinesh D'Souza nod along to something so completely absurd. When William Barr had almost no time left in this office at the time that he refused to participate in the lies and the delusions. Why would that be William Barr's fear in November, December, and January of 2020 and 2021, respectively?
The Democrats said they were going to impeach him. They went very big on the impeachment thing with him. And all of a sudden, we have an attorney general who is afraid to talk about, he's saying, oh, the election was just wonderful. And it wasn't.
William Barr was in the George H.W. Bush administration much earlier in his career. He didn't seem afraid of anybody or anything there. And then he had a lot of work that he did in the private sector. And you would think if he had a time to be afraid of Democrats when it might have damaged his future private industry career, it would have been when he was working for George H.W. Bush. And he wasn't afraid then. Why would he be afraid at the end of 2020, the start of 2021, near the end of his career? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And then lastly, Donald Trump saying, Fox News is not what it used to be. But listen carefully to the language he uses. Talking about.
It's much different than it was when I first ran Fox. I will tell you, it's a lot different.
Yeah. Talking about Fox has changed. Fox is not doing for Trump. When he first ran, and I know it sounds like Trump is saying, when I first ran Fox. What he means is, when I first ran, Fox was different. What Trump means is, what was ultimately a 100% sycophant brown-nosing channel, Fox News, is now only about 90% there, leaving themselves the escape hatch, the eject button, in case Ron DeSantis or someone else ultimately becomes the nominee. But that means you are on Trump's naughty list. You're no longer on the nice list. What a pathetic interview. And Trump reduced to being interviewed by Dinesh D'Souza. What a just totally humiliating display. And as usual, Trump only wants friendly interviews. And if it's anything but friendly, sometimes he'll hang up. Remember with NPR, he'll attack the interviewer. The right way is to ask Trump the questions, tee up softballs for him to knock out of the park with lies, and then just nod. Dinesh D'Souza really, the right likes to use the term NPC. Dinesh D'Souza really playing the NPC. Folks, remember that our YouTube channel is heading towards 2 million subscribers. This is an insane number for a little old show like ours. And the most important piece of data I have for you, we have nearly 3 million existing viewers who aren't subscribed. And as I've been talking about this, more and more of them email me and they say, David, I watch you every day. I checked, I'm not a subscriber. I didn't need to subscribe. YouTube was already feeding me all.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay. I saved the best for last. The best for last. And the best for last happens to be about my favorite individual. I'm being very sarcastic. Mark Zuckerberg and the demise of his empire. Hey, Horn Dog is back. Long time no see. No here. Not no here. No, yeah. Long time no see. I haven't seen you in a long time. You know who what the fuck? You know who vanished? The fart doctor. The gastroenterologist or proctologist or whatever. Oh man. Great to see you again. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Horn Dog. It's actually, things are going very slowly tonight. Maybe a lot of people are watching the World Series. You know, I usually like the past 2 Saturdays were really busy here. I had a panel of people on video, you know. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. You're more than welcome, Mr. Horn Dog. I had Geordie K from Scotland on video. Jason Cleveland is doing yard work. No, but I have a special someone, but she's long distance. But nobody in the area. Things have gotten pretty quiet because of the pandemic. The pandemic didn't. It put a damper on people's social lives, without a doubt. 2020, going into 21. Now, with the vaccines, people still keep their distance. It put a damper on social interaction. So, for instance, I used to go to nightclubs with my friends before 2020. We would go out, mix and mingle, but then they closed them down because of the pandemic, and that just changed everything, the whole social scene, in terms of local social scene. But you're also dealing with the modern day female. The modern day American female is not, she's I got booted off my own show. You believe that shit? Yeah, the modern day American female is a feminist who wants her cake and eat it. She wants the benefits of the old-fashioned girl before the the feminist movement and the sexual revolution, but she wants the benefits also of the modern day feminist liberated female. She wants they want their cake and eat it. And as far as finding someone to be compatible with, where you can actually cohabitate together eventually without going at each other's throats, very rare, very hard to find. If you do, you're lucky. Now, the women overseas are different because they're raised old school, you know. So that's the situation. Yeah, drugs. She overdosed, the poor woman. And now he was so burdened by guilt that he became a like an evangelical born again Christian. I saw him and Sting on this evangelical born again type channel. I was just changing the channels, flipping them, and then all of a sudden I see Sting and Lex Luger, and I'm not one of them. I'm definitely not part of the right-wing religious cult, but yeah, he must have been burdened with so much guilt over what happened with Miss Elizabeth that he became a fanatic. Yeah, poor woman, you know. She was from Kentucky. Yeah, I know what you mean. They're nitpicky. And you know what? These are the women who have hit the wall, which means their sexual market value has plummeted, but they're so delusional that when they look at themselves in the mirror, they see a 21-year-old female, and they're very delusional, and they think they got what it takes, even though they're older now. They might have baggage, young children. They might owe a fortune in student loan payments. They might be in deep debt because for some reason they thought that when they graduated from school they were going to make a ton of money and pay everything off, but it didn't happen that way. So they're damaged goods. But, Mr. Horn Dog, when they look at themselves in the mirror, they see a female in her early 20s that has no responsibility, not a care in the world. Very delusional. And forget about taking care of a husband or even caring about him and and being a loving wife. You could throw that out the window with the modern day American female. Well, I'm in New Jersey, northeastern New Jersey, and I'm 6'1". Oh, Sting is a pastor? I like Sting. No, honestly, I think his first name is Steve. I like Sting, but what Lex Luger did, he wasn't really the he wasn't really the most well-liked person in the pro wrestling locker room. He really pissed off a lot of people. He wanted special treatment. Yeah, that's what I mean. They hit the wall. They don't have the sexual market value like they used to. And and you know who I blame? Not the alpha men, because the alpha men will not chase them. They will not pursue them. They will not coddle them and kowtow to them. I blame all these suckers, all these beta male simps that kiss their ass and hit on them all the time and pay for everything. Because if they're not real macho alpha men, what else do they have except their income, their money? So the women get spoiled, but in reality, they're using the beta male simp, and they do not respect the beta male simp, even though they might tell him, "Oh, my darling, honey, sweetie, I love you." No, they're doing that because the guy is a provider. You know, anytime women say the word chivalry, chivalrous, and perfect gentleman, what they really mean is a sucker, a sycophant, a beta male simp. Uh, you know what's really good, Horn Dog? You're just as much a highly intelligent male rights activist as Sid, the gentleman that comes on the show, another very smart cookie. Well, yeah, they throw stones in a glass house. You're right. Well, you know why they believe their vagina is so powerful? Because of men, because of the males. Well, the male sex drive can be controlled, but these guys are so desperate to get laid that they give the women, the modern woman, all this power. That's why their vagina holds so much power, but not with the alpha male, the red pill alpha male. Oh God, yeah. What is that? Fans only, only fans. Yeah. You should see all the dorks, all the geeks and dorks, and who become members of fan pages. You know, with female professional wrestlers, and how they slobber over these girls and buy their merchandise and everything. Yeah, they give them money. You're right, and they think that by kissing their ass, crawling up their rectum, um, and paying for everything, they think that these women actually love them. But no, these women do not respect them. Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Even the average looking women and below average looking women think that they're doing men a big favor, because the beta simp is a pathetic, desperate, poor excuse for a male human. No doubt about that, Horn Dog. Yeah, no, don't. You ever watch Coach Greg Adams? He's good. He's got some really great YouTube videos. He says, do not pursue any female. If they're interested in you, if they feel chemistry, they'll let you know. You'll know when a woman is hitting on you. You'll know it if she's interested. It'll be obvious. It is degrading. I used to see these dudes in the dance club, tapping women on the shoulder and like women that are not even looking at them. Usually if somebody likes you, there's eye contact. They're not even looking at the guy or standing next to him. They're like they have to resort to tapping them on the shoulder. Yeah, how pathetic is that? Yeah, if they got the money, yeah. I mean, go to a massage parlor, but I mean, to be lowering yourself, it's not good. Ronnie Simpson. Let me get through my. I got two left, and it's exactly what you wanted me to show about the demise of the eagle beak control freak geek Mark Zuckerberg's empire. The demise of Mark Zuckerberg. And his pain is always my pleasure. Always. Well, Ronnie, I guess Ronnie Simpson's a moderate. He's not far right, but well, you know what? He's a little to the right of center. He's not a right-wing extremist at all. I would say he's to the right of center. I mentioned Fart Doctor. He's a Manhattan gastroenterologist, I believe. And he makes an appearance every now and then, I hear, on the beer reviewing shows, but I haven't really seen him. I haven't seen him in months. Okay. Okay, here we go. Zuckerberg, the first video. Hey, you sent psychic brainwaves out. Look, Ronnie Simpson just showed up instantly. How about that? Yeah, the great horn dog is back. We were asking him about Fart Doctor. Yeah. All right. Let me enjoy these last two videos about the demise of Mark Zuckerberg. Oh man. Karma is very patient. It also has an outstanding memory. It never forgets. And sooner or later, karma will come around to collect. And it's about that time that karma will lock its crocodile jaws on the little hawk-nosed geek's ass and bite down and not let go. Metaverse. You ever notice that Mark Zuckerberg's Metaverse animation has a very small nose? He gave himself a very small nose. Interesting. He debeaked himself. Yes, it's great to see Horn Dog. All right. The good thing about doing this show is that it's unpredictable. Every show is definitely different. They're not duplicates. Anything can happen. And that's the way I like it. You know, Jackie Gleason, he never rehearsed. He never rehearsed. He just went with it. And people appreciate it. It was actually funnier that way, the comedy. Okay. Okay, let us enjoy the demise of Zuckerberg. That's right. You're right. You're absolutely right, Ronnie. Ronnie S., you're absolutely right. Ronnie S., originally from Long Island, now residing in Clearwater, Florida. We have a heavy-duty group of people on progressive discussions, always.
Well, holy smokes, everyone. Facebook is collapsing. Facebook has lost nearly $1 trillion in market value. Mark Zuckerberg has lost over $100 billion. They're closing offices. They're announcing mass layoffs as people exit the platform in droves. And now a bombshell has been released during their latest earnings that the metaverse is draining billions. And Mark Zuckerberg's vision of being a metaverse god and overwatching us peasants has come to an end. And this has caused the media to go into meltdown, and literally Jim Cramer himself did have a meltdown after getting it so wrong. Just like he says, you know, go ahead and invest in Bernstein's, go ahead and invest in Lehman Brothers in 2008. He was telling people, go ahead, invest in Facebook. It's a great value. Well, it did not age well for him. Look at this.
Yeah, let me say this. I made a mistake here. I was wrong. I trusted this management team that was ill-advised. What did I get wrong? I trusted them, not myself. That I regret. I've been in this business for 40 years. I did a bad job. When I discussed this with my wife, Lisa, because this is all I talked about last night, and how disappointed I was, not in them, but myself.
Well, everyone. The inverse Kramer ETF strikes again. Now, I will give him some props that he did actually admit he made a mistake and he took full ownership. And it's looking like he had a very long night last night, crying into his pillow with his wife patting him on the back, telling him everything's going to be okay. Who knows, maybe he took a long position and got completely wiped out. But people, it is much worse than anyone ever imagined. And I think Facebook is going to go down as the biggest tech giant to fall in history. Holy smokes. Look at this, everyone. Facebook down 25% today. Look at this, everyone. Meta plummets 25% and Zuckerberg's pleas for patience falls flat. Well, everyone. What did I try to warn you? I said Q3 earnings are going to be very, very bad indeed. I told people, look, even my YouTube ad rates are falling and all these social media platforms is going to have their ad revenue plummet. But everyone was saying in 2020 and 2022 for any tech company that had an idea to do with something to the internet, kind of like the dot-com bubble, people were saying, it's the future, bro. It doesn't matter what the PE ratio is, it's the future, so you can pay any price. Well, again, this is exactly what people said during the dot-com bubble boom. But now what we're experiencing is a tech bust. You know what they say, the devil's in the details, and as we look under the hood, we find out how bad it really is. Mark Zuckerberg asked investors for patience with the social media giant, swelling investment in unproven bets and an already challenging time for digital advertising companies. So he's panicking, saying, please have patience, everyone. I'm not bankrupt yet, because look at what's happened to Mark Zuckerberg's net worth. Let's all shed a tear, everyone. Mark Zuckerberg's wealth wipeout hits 100 billion as Meta misses again. Mark Zuckerberg, 38, now has a net worth of just 38.1 billion. Poor bloke. According to Bloomberg Billionaire Index, a stunning fall from the peak of 142 billion in September 2021. While many of the world's richest have seen their fortunes tumble this year, Meta's chief executive offer has seen the single biggest hit among those on the wealth list. So that's right, everyone. This is the biggest net worth loss in history. And many people are saying it's well deserved. Facebook, which is now called Meta, has had a history of abusing its customers, of abusing its users, by selling their data, by misusing their data, by banning, shadow banning, canceling anybody that they don't agree with. It's been well documented that all of Facebook and Meta's employees has extreme political biases, and they use this to censor anyone they don't agree with. And they'll say, well, look, if you don't like it, go build your own platform. Or look, if you don't like it, go use another platform. Well, now that there are alternative sites, people are, and they're begging for them back. On a call Wednesday, after giving a disappointment revenue outlook, Zuckerberg sought to justify Meta's ballooning costs to fund its vision of virtual reality, the metaverse, as well as the artificial intelligence fueling major changes to its social networks. So another big failure by Mark Zuckerberg is his vision for this metaverse. Now, as soon as he announced this, people started laughing and saying this would never work right from the get-go. Because when you look at his metaverse and experience his metaverse, it just looks like a video game that someone created in the year 2000s like Sims. Nothing innovative at all. But hey, it's got legs now. All Mark Zuckerberg did with the metaverse was jumped on the hype train. There was a lot of hype during 2020 and 2021 with all this metaverse cryptocurrency coming out. There was just a hype and pump and dump scheme. And this happens time and time again throughout history. Whenever there's some new technology, even if it does become the future, everything has a price. People always FOMO in. They get the tulip mania psychology, and it creates a speculative mania bubble that has a history of always bursting. Investors who have already sent the stock down 71% this year so far aren't buying it. The Facebook's parent market value has collapsed by a whopping $676 billion this year, removing it from the ranks of the 20th largest US companies. Zuckerberg said he is confident that Meta's largest bet in areas such as short-form video, business managing, and the metaverse were headed in the right direction. He just couldn't say for sure how big the payoff would be. And remember all the people coming out saying, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the drippity drip drip dip. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Well, unfortunately, the dip turned into a rip. And this is why you have to do your fundamental analysis and not just buy every dip, because sometimes these dips never come back. Because who after a long, hard day at work would want to come, put this heavy headset on their head, and go and live in a computer after they've had their face in the computer all day? And they're saying it's providing to be a hard sell when the company expects its already falling revenue to be less than analysts expected, and the cost to be more. On Wednesday, Meta said third quarter revenue declined 4.5% from a year prior, only the second time the company's sales have ever declined, the first being last quarter. In the final 3 months of the year, Meta expects that trend to continue. The company's fourth quarter forecast came in low of analyst estimates. So to put it simply, they're spending a lot of money, inflation is going up, so their costs are going up, and their revenue is falling. And that is a recipe for disaster. Meta has already been grappling with both the contraction in market of spending due to economic uncertainty and a change in Apple Inc.'s privacy policy that made all social media ads less effective. Again, this is something I tried to warn people about at the start of the year when saying as this economy heads into recession, companies are going to be less willing to spend on advertising, and this is going to be a big hit for all these tech giants. The company has cut costs by slowing hiring and narrowing priorities to focus on keeping its social media platforms relevant and expanding virtual reality offerings. So that's right, everyone. Facebook, now Meta, is collapsing. They're shutting down offices and mass layoffs are coming. Look at this. Meta is closing one of New York's offices with cutbacks looming, and Facebook parent Meta to shrink some offices as it adapts to hybrid work. But that's not all. Look at this. Like I said, Facebook may quietly sack 12,000 employees, 15% of its workforce. And look at this. Meta employees told to put in 200% effort to protect jobs as layoffs loom. So even though it's not mathematically possible for people to put in 200% because people can only put in 100% because that's all the effort, Mark Zuckerberg is getting desperate, and now the work environment is getting very, very toxic indeed at Meta. Company insights speculate the number of workers impacted by potential layoffs could be substantial. Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, reported having 83,500 workers worldwide at the end of the second quarter. There is a general consensus that we'll have 20% fewer people next year, another Meta employee told Insider. So if you're watching this and you work for Facebook, I'll start working on a backup plan immediately. And Bloomberg summed it up perfectly. How investors are feeling right now is that there are just too many experimental bets versus proven bets in the core. But what I think is the biggest reason why Facebook is going to fail and collapse is because people have completely lost trust in the platform altogether. Mark Zuckerberg has found himself in trouble again and again and again by the regulators, by the government, but he just keeps getting a slap on the wrist. There's been bombshell after bombshell about how he's using users' data, and by having completely obvious political biases and promoting certain candidates and suppressing the others. Because I don't think it matters what side of the political arena you're on, everybody has a right to free speech and fair opportunities. Now, the biggest and most alarming bombshell that came out recently was the information that the FBI was working directly with Mark Zuckerberg to suppress certain stories. Now, I won't say what it is, but I'll let Mark Zuckerberg say it for himself.
Like, there was a lot of attention on Twitter during the election because of the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Yeah, we have that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
I mean, basically, the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. We thought there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. So if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also do this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false, the distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still allowed to share it. So you could still share it, you could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is decreased,
It got shared.
How does that work?
It basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So fewer people saw it than would have otherwise. So it definitely,
By what percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's meaningful.
For everyone, this is horrifying, and this should worry you, even if you're on the left side of politics. Because, you know, you've got Elon Musk, head of Twitter right now. How do you think you would feel if he started suppressing left-wing candidates? I wouldn't agree with that at all. I don't think you agree with it. And this is why we need to protect free speech. Because they may go for your political opponent one day, and if you don't speak up about that, what are you going to do when they come for you? There'll be nobody left to speak for you. So everyone, what this means is Facebook is dying a slow death. This is what happens when the cancel culture cancels itself. You keep on canceling everyone, you keep on banning everyone, eventually nobody's going to want to be on your platform. Because like even Obama admitted, it's a buzzkill. But everyone, what do you think about this? Let me know down below. Now, for my loyal viewers, enter.
Okay. Look who's back. These oh, look who's back. The troll or the bot or spam, whatever the hell you want to call it, the crap last week. My private photo. You're gone. Okay, all right. Get ready for a blue tidal wave this fall. People want to protect democracy and keep Biden's momentum rolling. And also, don't forget the massive amounts of young females that have registered to vote. Everyone knows that a great percentage of Americans do not bother to vote. Well, the turnout was massive. It was the amount of young people registering to vote, particularly women, young women, because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. You're going to see a huge turnout against Republicans. Massive. Might be a bigger turnout than the 2020 election. Well, from what I understand, Joe Biden is going to forgive the student loans, to eliminate them. But he wants to do it in the right way, which I really don't know what that means. But that, and also, well, you can forget about universal health care with Joe Biden, because he won't do that. You know, he's a centrist. He's a corporatist. He's a capitalist. He said so himself. But the affordable health care was a gnat. A gnat flew by my face. The affordable health care, keeping insurance companies alive, which I'm not in favor of. I like to see them all go belly up because they're greedy scumbags. But anyway, the affordable health care that Obama started really helped a lot of low-income people. It really did. And then now we have the supplement to Medicare. I guess it's not really, before it used to be an HMO, but you could go to your own doctor as long as the doctor is in network. So I guess it still is an HMO. The doctor has to be in network. If you have, let's say you picked United Healthcare, well, you can go to any specialist you want. Usually there's a $20 copayment. Get your prescriptions paid for by United Healthcare. You know, those that have Medicare. And you can choose a primary care doctor. And if you need to see a specialist, you can call them up and you get a list of physicians that take your insurance. And it works out pretty good. I mean, I'm very happy with the plan I have. I have Clover. And they pay more than Horizon, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and United Healthcare ever did. Honestly, they pay more. And I'm very happy with it. So even if it remained like this, now the Republicans don't want the middle class and the poor to have anything. No Medicare, no Social Security, no welfare, no disability, no government funded health care, health insurance, nothing. If you're rolling in dough, then you have the American dream and you have the good life. If you're middle class, well, if you're lower middle class and below, you perish. You might as well drop dead. That's what the Republicans want. They're actually very evil, cruel people. Extremely materialistic and greedy. Okay. I got one last Zuckerberg thing to show, but let me catch up here on with the commentary. Oh shit. Regular unleaded, is that much? By you, Jason? Wow. Wow. But you said that went down, right? I mean, this is just regular unleaded. You know what I heard? Well, I heard it on the one of the videos I played that the range of electric cars have gotten a lot longer. There must have been an improvement in the big lithium battery they use. You know, 300 miles, right? Average 300 mile on one full charge. Doesn't sound too bad to me. What do you guys think? No, he's not on WhatsApp. Send me a print screen, Jason, and I'll send it to Ronnie on Facebook Messenger. And anything you want Ronnie to have, just send it to me on WhatsApp, and I'll send it to Ronnie. You used to say that Horn Dog was actually Fart Doctor, and then I forgot who it was. Somebody said that Horn Dog and Fart Doctor is really Ronnie Simpson. Good. His pain is also my pleasure. A constitutionalist? Well, some libertarians refer themselves as constitutionalists. But libertarians could be right-wing or left-wing or moderate. Joe Biden did say during the campaign that he was a capitalist. He is a capitalist, which means he is a moderate establishment Democrat. He's not progressive. He's not progressive. He doesn't come close to the Democratic Party of FDR. Joe Biden, I wasn't a fan of his at all. I never was. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. Back when he was a senator, and he's no angel. Not by any stretch. But what are you going to do? The DNC is corrupt. They're in bed with the oligarch, and they didn't want. They did not want a progressive or AKA a democratic socialist like Bernie Sanders, which is the most fair system on God's green earth. It's been working in the Scandinavian countries for decades. Canada tried to duplicate it, but Justin Trudeau also has some skeletons. He's pissing a lot of people off now. Yeah, damn right. You're damn right. If you like your health care plan, you should be able to keep your health care plan. When I make an appointment, I go, I enter the waiting room, I go up to the front desk, and I never wait long to see the physician. Never. They call me in according to my appointment. I go into the little waiting room, with the paper that covers the table. You know what I mean? I go in the little waiting room, waiting for the physician, almost exactly to my appointment that was made. I never wait long. The physician sees me and does what he has to do in a timely fashion. And I don't pay anything for prescription drugs. I haven't seen a copay since I started with Clover. And Specialist has a $20 copay. And when I go to my primary care medical center, they ask me for 0 copay. So what do I have to complain about? I got a great primary. I got great specialists. The only thing that's gonna fuck me is the dentist, because I haven't been to the dentist in a long time. All right, knock on wood, I haven't had any problems. But nobody likes to pay for the dental. You know, like my sister has a really good plan too, and she still has to. They only pay like 80% for dental. Her insurance only pays 80%. Dentists are crooks. They're bigger crooks than any other kind of doctor, medical doctor. And that's the only place I'm gonna have to spend some money. The dentist's office. The dentist's office. Yeah. Did I catch up? You like your health plan? Keep your health plan. Keep your like your health plan. FDR was the father of the modern Democrat. Well, the modern Democratic Party. They're a bunch of corrupt scumbags. The modern Democratic Party. He was FDR and JFK, and maybe a little bit of Lyndon Baines Johnson. They were the old-time Democrats that gave a shit about the little guy. Democratic Party under Biden have now been infiltrated by warmongering neocons along with the woke whack jobs. There he is, the woke whack jobs.
Greetings.
Yeah, now I hear there's a bunch of neo-Nazis in Ukraine demonstrating.
Yeah.
A bunch of nationalists.
National Socialists.
Nationalists? Nah, not a Nazi is a fascist, like Hitler, Mussolini. You know, you see, the problem is people should get. You can get it online. People should go to the Webster's Dictionary and they should study all the political definitions and read them, because
Well, you know what? Fascism isn't even a political term, it's really an economic term, because it's the combination of corporate and state power. It's really what it means.
Well, I always thought it was an autocrat, a totalitarian regime.
It doesn't have to be.
You know, like where your rights can be taken away at the drop of a hat.
Actually, the American system currently would be considered fascistic.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidence, huh?
Today, notice that when Ronald Simpson joins.
Who's Ronald Simpson?
Vanishes.
Who's this guy, Ronald Simpson?
Horn dog.
Does he mean Ronnie S?
Yeah. Now, horn dog comes and goes.
Where is that horny guy?
Sid, the other male rights alpha male activist, he comes and goes, like hit and run. He's here, Don Juan, and then he's gone.
Jordy comes and goes too.
Jordy, yeah, but Jordy was very intoxicated when he was.
Was he? I didn't really see.
Yeah, no, he was. Yeah, he came on video, and he was as nice as he always is, but he was definitely drunk. And who else comes and goes? Well, I don't even know what happened to Fart Doctor. I really don't.
What happened to BC?
BC is still pissed off because Jason and I took a print screen of him when he passed out.
He was sleeping, right?
Yeah, and then I kept telling him, "Don't worry, we're not going to show it. We're not going to show it." And then,
But you did.
and then, yeah, you know why I showed it? Because he was being a big fat baby, and he was carrying on about this, and because he didn't let it go, I said, you know what? He's being really ridiculous about this, overreacting. That's when I put him in. That's when Jason put him in the middle of the wheel.
Remember, he used to come on and cook, make barbecue.
Yeah, he used to go outside and show us his smoker grill and everything. Then he stopped doing it. Then he started showing this disgusting meat that he had in the crock pot, the slow cooker. He used to put the pork loin and steam it in a slow cooker, and it
I
looked
never
like
saw that.
it looked disgusting. It looked nothing like barbecued smoked pork loin.
Did he put the apron on for that?
No, but he should have. You know what he should get? He should get an apron like the red and white plaid. You know, like when people used to go on a picnic and have the basket, and they used to have that.
Yeah.
Like the Italian restaurant tablecloth.
Mm.
Oh man.
Do you ever talk to BC anymore?
No, not since then. No, he holds a grudge for the stupidest reasons.
And he doesn't go on Ronald's show. I've noticed too, right?
No, he doesn't go on Ronald's show. He but he's it's hard to understand him because he's getting more raspy. You know, he's like that now.
Yeah. He seems to have a lot of connection issues too.
Yeah. I was on Michael Hilton's show earlier today. I sent him the link, you know. I think he sent me a message on Instagram, but I have to understand his situation. You know, he's 3 hours earlier than we are.
He's
Jordan,
on Jason's timeline.
Yeah,
table.
Jason's the same, 3 hours earlier. Does BC still fall asleep often? Yeah.
Who knows? You don't ever see him.
Oh, what makes you think he's going to stop if he lives the same lifestyle?
Maybe he's turned the other.
Everything happens for a reason, Ronnie believes. Everything happens for a
Maybe he's made a full lifestyle change. Quit smoking.
Well, the way he coughs, he might have emphysema or worse. He won't go to the doctor and get a complete exam. And the way he's hacking, like he says he can only talk for like one sentence before he starts hacking with the smoker's cough. So I don't know what condition his lungs are, but I don't think they're good. You look at him, he probably eats a lot of crap. He drinks heavily, so he's like it's almost like a death wish situation. The guy, you know, and you can't say anything to him because who is it? I don't know if it was me and Jason. We try to, help him, and out of concern, and he got very defensive. He got pissed off. He says, "I'll quit when I'm good and ready to quit, and I'm not ready to quit smoking." You know what? It's your life. It's his life. There's nothing I can do about it.
It's like that Bon Jovi song.
No. When I wake up, there's two things on my mind: urination, number one, and coffee, not booze.
Maybe he doesn't work 9 to 5.
I don't know what he
I don't
does.
even know what he does. He might be retired.
He's got a scooter. He takes a motorized scooter to work, and he goes shopping with the scooter. I mean,
Does he work?
yeah, he works like in a fast food place, or he used to work in a department store. I think he's in a fast food now. But how does he fit? Like, how does the motor propel him if he's got a little old motor scooter?
Has he showed you the scooter before?
He never showed it, but he explained it was like a hand-me-down from a relative. His brother had it or something. It was like a secondhand, older model, and it's a motorized scooter. But I mean, that thing is probably like put, 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 put.
I wonder what fast food place he works at.
That's probably how he puts on all that bulk.
The burgers.
By working there, putting on the bulk. You must be what are you doing? Something you doing something adult oriented? That's why you
Well, I'm an adult, right?
you put your avatar up. I mean, not
Yeah,
your
I'll be
avatar,
back.
your photo. Oh, okay. All right. Let me get this. Let me get this Mark Zuckerberg, the last of the Mohegans, and then we can go to the surprise wheel. I have a whole bunch of wheels to make a deal. The Whiskey Scout has bourbon with his eggs and then 14% stout. Yeah, you're right. He can just drop raw eggs in like do it Rocky style, or drop it right in the whiskey. You know, unbelievable. Hey, it's their liver and their life. That's how I look at it.
Hi. Well,
Okay.
So what's the next topic?
Another video on the demise of Zuckerballs. Zucker scum.
Have you heard of the Zucker Bucks?
Why? He has his own currency now?
No.
Zucker bucks. No, you know what I do notice? That
The Zucker Bucks have been banned in Florida. They have.
Just the sound of it is ridiculous. you know the his animation in Metaverse, he gave himself a very small nose. Next time you see that animation of him, the Metaverse animation, his nose is tiny. He gave himself a nose job on his virtual reality Zuckerberg. Stupid ass. He can get it with all his money. He can't go to a plastic surgeon. But it's like Barbara Streisand. She refused to get a nose job ever. A big beak of hers. Beep 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 beep.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion, where I cover anything in science, technology, business, or history. This is just going to be a quick one. As I've said many times before, Facebook, now Meta, is the company that everyone loves to hate. With that in mind, it's easy to see why the events of yesterday came with such great joy to a lot of people. Meta's market cap fell by 26% in one day, erasing 240.
Hey, can you go back like 30 seconds there?
Yeah. You saw the Asian girl too, his wife.
Oh, is that his wife?
His wife, and obviously that's the reason why she married him. Obviously.
Facebook, now Meta, is the company that everyone loves to hate.
What's
that? In mind,
right here.
It's easy to see why the event.
Oh, the one on top of that.
Came with such great joy to a lot of people. Meta's market cap fell by 26% in one day, erasing $240 billion of value, 25% in one day. This was the biggest single-day market cap drop in history for a US publicly traded company. Zuckerberg personally lost $29 billion in the collapse.
Good.
So what caused it, and what does this signal for the company?
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
So why did the stock fall so much? Well, simply put, the Facebook platform is losing popularity. Back in 2018, younger Americans and Europeans began to leave the platform in droves. Back then, that was still okay for Facebook's bottom line, because the developing market uptake was growing at a much faster rate than Western markets were leaving. In an earnings report yesterday, the company stated that, for the first time in its history, the Facebook social network platform was losing daily users overall. The Facebook platform's Indian, African, and Latin American markets are now bleeding users. The platform may have reached peak saturation. Young people in developing markets now go straight to TikTok, and in Western markets, Facebook is now seemingly a destination for old people and mothers groups. Everyone else mainly uses it for messenger, groups, and events. The main Facebook wall, where most of the advertising takes place, isn't exactly why people log on anymore. Apple's move to make ad tracking more difficult has also hurt Facebook's bottom line. The Facebook business model is advertising driven after all. In short, Meta wasn't going to be making as much money from Facebook as they forecast. This news surprised the markets. And if you know anything about trading, markets absolutely hate surprises. And from there, we saw the biggest wipeout in history.
Will this truly be the future for Facebook?
Look, it's obviously a pivotal point for Facebook here. And the question is, what happens over the next few years? Does it recover? And is it able to pivot into a metaverse-first company? Is it able to compete with TikTok? Is it able to actually lean into video the way Mark Zuckerberg wants it to? Or does the stock languish for the next 15 years like we saw with Microsoft after 2000?
It is rare when you find so many people getting the story so wrong going into a print. I mean, if you consider the 52 analysts on Wall Street who cover the stock, 42 of the 52 have either buys or market outperform ratings on the stock. That's how offsides the street is on the story at this point in terms of this print and the guide, Tim.
Facebook
looks like
popularity
Heidi Chong.
isn't the only reason for the fall. The whole Meta company is going through a lot of controversy. As we discussed in other Cold Fusion episodes, there's been major pressures on Meta from regulators and other government bodies after the harm that Instagram and Facebook causes to teens was exposed over and over again by various whistleblowers. To add to this, the Metaverse Ventures have already lost the company $8.3 billion. And yesterday it was revealed the Oculus Quest headset had lost $3.3 billion in one quarter, despite revenues reaching $900 million. It's likely that investors would like to see some results from a venture into the metaverse sooner rather than later. And it's not like there's no money to be made. Real estate sales in the metaverse exceeded 500 million last year, and it's expected to double this year. To succeed here, Meta needs a big slice of the growing pie. In addition to this, growth and risk stocks may have had their time in the sun. Overall, the US economy isn't looking too great. The country just crossed $30 trillion in debt and may dip into recession, with the Atlanta Fed predicting GDP growth next quarter of 0.1%.
30 trillion.
Inflation is rising to record highs. 70%
I think it's now around 31.
Companies simply hoarding stock inventory in fears of inflation. People are quitting their jobs en masse, and interest rates are rising. Many investors are asking themselves, does this seem like a great time to be putting my money in speculative tech stock plays? For now, the answer may still well be yes, but in a couple of years, investors may look elsewhere for safer returns. So, is this the end of Meta? Hardly.
Karen, I'll go to you first. Is down 22% warranted?
It seems a little overdone to me, but, we talk about the 3-day rule all the time, and certainly I think, let this shake out.
Other Meta sub-brands like WhatsApp and Instagram are still adding users. Meta also plans to focus on their short video format, Reels, to bring in more users and generate revenue. This recent crash of Meta was most likely just a stock market overreaction, and the stock will probably bounce back in no time. But if the company keeps on missing earnings targets, things may play out differently. After all, just back in June of last year, Meta was worth $1 trillion, and now it's down 35%. But ultimately, it's way too early to tell what this could mean. So what do you guys think about this? Do you see this as just a blip in the road? Or do you think that this might be something bigger, a sign of things to come from Meta? I do think that this crash being the biggest single-day value loss in history might tell us something. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. If you want to discuss this in more detail or suggest...
Interesting stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
So you think that's it for Facebook?
Oh yeah, no, that's it. We're gonna. It's now time to spin the wheel and make a deal. Let's see. Okay, there he is.
Who was that?
That's one of the early Ronald J. Theriot when he did a review of Mexican beer, Pacifico. I think it was Pacifico Mexican beer, and he had a poncho on and everything. Ronnie knows a lot about that. Is that the same as putting your mailbox in the Cayman Islands, or
Your mailbox?
You know, a company.
You mean a Dropbox?
Yeah,
Strong
so
box?
to avoid taxes, they have an overseas company mailbox, right? Is that the same? Is that the same? Is that what tax
I don't know
sheltering
if
is?
that's the
or-
same. I don't know if that's the same.
I don't know. Jason put that there. Jason, do you know? You have any more detail about tax sheltering?
I don't know if he means maybe income sheltering. Like you shelter your income so it doesn't get taxed.
Oh.
You
know, hey, if it's legal and they have the right people taking care of the money, more power to them. They can do it. Do it. And you can't. I'm not blaming people for avoiding taxes as long as it's done within the law. I don't know if he's a tax accountant, but I know he's an accountant.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So he mentioned sheltering the income. Well, not only Trump. Look at Jeff Bezos and all of them. Really, all the mega rich. But they do what they do because they can. And Washington has it set up that way because they send the lobbyists to meet with them and they get paid off. It is what it is. Yes,
The booze hounds.
Booze hounds. See, ever since I was ever since high school and beyond, whether it be bars, nightclubs, school, offices, there's cliques or people form cliques. you know, there's chemistry between certain people, and they become friends. They have things in common. But the problem is when the cliques become like elitists, and they're not all inclusive. They're very exclusive, and they're not willing to add somebody, to make new friends. To like, for instance, the Booze Hound clique that usually goes on Eric's show, Wildcard Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
They're very snobbish. They're very snooty. They only talk to each other. They don't. If there's anybody outside of that clique, and Ronald Theriot told me he's not part of their clique. I'm not part of it. Ronnie's really not part of it. So what happens is Michael's not. So anything I say, like if I'm doing a review, they're just like staring into space. They like nobody says anything. They don't even say cheers.
Yeah.
They just like they don't say anything. So it's like I'm talking to myself.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the reasons why I just lost interest in going on these shows. Another
Now you
reason,
still join that show though. I've seen you, right?
if I have something in the fridge,
I think I might
like,
have saw you this past week.
yeah, I had
tuned in.
one bottle of the pumpkin beer. The pumpkin beer that I brought on Wednesday on Ronald's show when his theme was pumpkin beers. The beginning of the month. Okay. I had one bottle left, and it was a Wednesday. I'm not going to bring the same thing on. You know, Ronald had a different theme that day, that night. So he says, "What the hell? I'll go on Eric's show. I got this last beer, and was a waste. I felt like I was talking to myself. So I have no interest. How much could you say about any drink? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to make stuff up, and you know.
Well, that's what they do. They just make up different descripting
Yeah. Oh,
words.
the crackery breadiness. Oh, I detect a lactic,
faint,
citric acid, this and that. Like Beer Man, like he gets all emotional, and even Eric.
That's kind of his shtick.
He gets very elaborate and detects things that are really not in the beverage. So, but there's only so much you could say honestly about anything: food, drink, anything. There's only so much you can say. But for me to act ridiculous like them and go on and just keep ranting, to put on a show, it's a waste. And it's easier, and then I got to go out and find it and spend all this money on all this craft beer and booze and everything. I mean, Fandango is affordable because they're airline bottles. I'm not going to buy big bottles of this stuff. I'm really not a drinker per se anyway. I just do it because, I like certain people, and just something to do, hang out with online friends. And that's it. Okay, what did appreciate oh, him? Oh yeah, he's definitely he's got the biggest clique, more than Eric. He really, his people are he's very snooty now. He became Alex, the beer masturbator. Appreciate you. Cheers. All the booze hounds are one big clique. Yeah, you're right. Okay, now It's time to exchange the wheel. Okay. Time. All right, we'll try this one. This one's good. And again, gotta go through the whole routine just to share a page. Okay, here we have Jean-Pierre.
Do you know what show that's from?
Well, you know, I'll be honest with you. I stopped doing. What the hell's going on? I stopped doing the pendulum because it was spinning like a damn helicopter. It was spinning so fast that the crystal was hovering about this high, and it got me nervous. So I gave it a rest. But I know how to read tarot cards. I have a really rare deck, and the tarot cards are different. You know, it's not something that's moving at a fast pace like that. That pendulum was just progressively picking up speed and the velocity and everything, and I just decided to stop. All right. One more Jean-Pierre until I go on to the
No, I was just remembering.
Oh, gotta spin it again. Gotta spin it again.
I was just remembering the Alex in the wheel.
Gotta spin it again.
You remember Alex at the pool with the burger?
Well, it's no secret that CEOs are overrated and overpaid. Maybe you can shed some light on why they're paid astronomical sums compared to the employees.
Why? Because they can be.
Is it the stockholders that decide that?
No, I think that's not the stockholders. That's just they decide how much it is, probably.
The stockholders.
The CEOs
decides that the CEO is to receive.
No, I think the stockholder doesn't have anything to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what I was dead set against, and the subject is going to come up after Thanksgiving, and that is the fundraising organizations, the big fundraising organizations like the United Way, you know, American Red Cross, March of Dimes, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
They're charities, they're fundraisers, and they don't need to have a CEO making astronomical salaries. It's a fundraiser. I don't know why they have it. It's not your
Maybe it's
problem.
not a very good fundraiser.
Yeah, it's
And
not
that's
your
why they're doing
problem
that.
or my problem that they have administrative costs.
Yeah.
They don't have to have these administrative costs where if you donate $1, I think like you're lucky if 25 cents or on the dollar goes
Yeah.
to the worthy cause.
Yeah.
You know, so
You can find out which ones are better and which ones are worse than others in that respect.
you know which one? You know which one I always like? St. Jude's Children's Hospital. I always thought that was pretty honorable, but I have information on my Facebook page, Progressive Discussions, where it shows you the salaries of all the popular fundraising organizations.
There's also a book that you can buy.
Yeah.
That has the organization that they're rated based on how much of the donation goes to admin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a pretty big book. I think you can probably just look it up on Amazon or something. I think it comes out every year. So they update it. It's
Just
pretty
shoot.
informing. You'd be surprised at which ones are like the worst, rated the worst.
Yeah. And it gives you the breakdown of exactly how much on a dollar goes to the
Exactly.
worthy cause.
Yeah. One of the worst ones was Wounded Warriors. It was like 5-10%
Really?
of the donation actually went to the cause.
Jeez. I wonder, remember that Feed the Children commercial?
Yeah, they still have that.
And then there's the animal, the one where you see the animals outside freezing to death.
Yeah.
The dogs. I wonder if they do the same thing with that. If
But you
it's,
can look them up in that book. I don't know what they were, but
Yeah.
they're a charity, so they should be included.
you know what I like is when, like, I know this girl, the father of the baby, well, the baby is now, I think, 3 years old. They abandoned them and they're poor, and the girl in the Philippines, and the kid is real cute, and she's a very nice girl and everything. She's smart, but she's poor, and once in a while, I'll send a little money here and there, like if the kid needs, the kid had a fever, needed cough medicine or something, or the kid needs, there's no food for the kid, or was the father is nowhere to be found. He just abandoned him. And I send, if I can, every once in a while I'll send something, a little bit here, a little bit there, and to me that's an honest charity because you know where the money's going. You're helping.
Or do they keep you updated
Yeah, I do.
on just that one kid?
The one kid, the kid's really cute, and they're poor to the point where they don't even have like a regular bathroom with a shower and a toilet like we have, and we do video chat, and the kid recognizes me, and I feel bad, so because I grew up without a father also, but I have my grandparents. But when I can, I send something to them on PayPal to help out, mostly for the boy. And at least I know 100% of the money is going to help this poor family. Well, these two in the Philippines, but not this bullshit where like 10 cents on a dollar. Oh, hold on. Western Mike there.
Western Mike.
Western Mike. Western Mike. Western Mike.
Yeah, picture somebody with a cowboy hat on, right?
Yeah, I would have
Like he's
called
riding
it.
in on a horse.
Yeah, riding on a horse with a cowboy. I would have called it West Coast Mike. West Coast.
I kind of like Western Mike.
Western Mike. Western. Well, he is West. Actually, he's more West than the Cowboys are. But
Yeah, right.
maybe
exactly.
if he
He's far west.
as a
Like
gimmick, if he
he's on the
got
west
real
side.
sharp looking like a black Zorro hat, Desperado, like the bad guys used to wear.
Yeah, yeah. I think he
Yeah,
wants to be a good guy.
Yeah, he would look good in a black Western Zorro hat. Mm. Okay.
Western Mike.
Okay, this one's funny.
BC out cold. Put the Alex one on.
Oh, I don't
You
have
still
that
have that
anymore.
one? What happened to it?
I don't know. It kind of vanished.
Alex at the pool with the burger.
Okay.
Who is that?
Old life trolls. Well, I just blocked some.
Would you consider a horn dog a troll?
I don't think. Well, let's put it this way. I don't think Horn Dog is his
on the
real
edge.
name, and I don't think the photo is really Horn Dog.
You don't think that's really him?
No, and Sid. It's the name he uses is Sid, and then like gibberish after the word Sid. So I think that's an alias too. But they sound similar. They sound now. Fart Doctor. I'm not sure. He might have been for real.
Would you think Fart Doctor is a
Now,
troll?
yeah, but I think I have a feeling that Sid and Horn Dog might be the same person, because there was another guy that sounded like Sid with a different name, and he kept saying "brah," brah, bro, brah.
It's the same guy.
It's
I think
got to
it's
be the same guy.
It's the same
Right.
guy.
Yeah.
Did he
Yeah.
change his name? I thought it was the same thing.
Sometimes he changes he used to change the alias, but now he's Sid.
It's like Sid Raguna
But
or
yeah,
something.
Rumpelstiltskin or some, I don't know, some crazy. But but like tonight, Sid didn't appear. It was Horn Dog. But Horn Dog does the same thing Sid does. He sounds when he types, he communicates the exact same way, but he don't say bra and bro, Horn Dog, but they sound the same when they type. But they come like gangbusters, like a storm, and then they're gone. Like they don't stay that long. So it could be the same person.
It could be. Who hasn't launched yet?
You're tired? They haven't launched yet? Who hasn't launched? You talking about Cape Canaveral? There's a spacecraft going up.
Who knows? Probably.
Who knows? You're gonna like the BC one that I have. I don't know if you saw it yet. What again? No interest. I'll be honest with you. I could care less. I could care less. Let me suffering succotash. Hold on. Now, if I do this.
So are you pro-Russian, James?
I'm not crazy about either of the two.
Are you pro-Putin?
I don't like either side because
Ukraine's
Zelensky
pretty corrupt.
Zelensky, Ukraine had corruption for a long time, and Zelensky's a Russian Jew.
Russian Jew.
And
his first language is Russian, I believe.
And he's close. He's close to Israel, and the United States kowtows to Israel.
Is he a Zionist?
Sends him a lot of money. He might be. Oh, here you go. You're gonna like this one though. Oops. This is the BC one that I find very amusing. It's not what you think. It's BC, but it's not what you think.
BC with no shirt.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, he was real drunk, and he.
But that's Photoshop, right?
He put this. No, it's really him because I saw him on shows.
I can tell it's him, but is the patch real?
Yeah, no, I saw him on shows like this. Failure to launch. Parents' basement dwellers.
Is he talking about the dwellers or the Cape Canaveral?
Well, the dwellers, the parents' basement.
Who's launching?
Are the trolls that are usually, they're dorky. They're socially awkward. They have no social life. They're just like sad sacks. Misfits.
Like horn dog is.
Dysfunctional. Usually geeks. And they, maybe they got a face full of acne or something, and they really don't have a life, so they spend all day online, and that's their life. Maybe they use aliases. Failure to launch. Failure to launch. Okay,
Western Mike, we have a problem.
What the fuck? Oh, bitch. Yeah, they better do something real soon because there might be a point of no return for the Earth. The sea levels are rising. There's a glacier, a huge glacier in Antarctica that is hanging by a thread. And if this glacier drops into the ocean, the scientists said that the sea level will rise 16 feet. Oh, excuse me. Just had to expel some gas. Yeah, that's pretty bad. So, I don't care if it's big oil or people that are destroying the rainforest to sell the wood, whatever it might be. Human race better forget about greed and
Hey,
care
James,
about the
let
planet
me
Earth.
ask you a fun fact. See if you know it.
Yes.
Do you know what president started the EPA?
The EPA, Jimmy Carter?
No.
No, because I remember when there was a lot of smog over the
It
major
wasn't
cities.
Carter though.
I
It
remember
was around that time period, but it wasn't
in
Carter.
the 1970s there was a really bad water and air pollution problem, and
Yeah, guess again.
New York had a really bad smog issue in L.A. and what president started the EPA? Lyndon Johnson?
No.
No. Eisenhower?
Nope.
I give up.
Nixon.
Really?
It's funny, right?
Old Tricky Dick started
Tricky
that.
Dick. Yeah.
Well, he was a
He got a
he
lot
was
done actually when he
yeah
was president.
he was actually a moderate Republican.
Do
He
you know who started the war on drugs?
he was born uh, he wasn't born rich. He was born low income family. The war on drugs,
Yeah,
which
what president would have started the war on drugs?
didn't help. Who started the war on drugs? Bush Senior, Herbert
No.
Walker Bush.
Nope.
No. Who?
Do one more guess.
Ronald Reagan.
No, but he ramped it up.
Well,
It
his
wasn't. It
wife
wasn't. It
Nancy
wasn't
used
Reagan.
to say,
Yeah, she did the campaign.
"Just say no to drugs."
Yeah. Want to guess one more time?
Bill Clinton.
No. Nixon.
Nixon started the war on drugs. Well, he tried, but
No, he
didn't
started
help.
it. He's the one who first called it the war on drugs, and then they made all the preparations and the funding for the DEA. That was created from that.
The Vietnam War was still
It was
going on
because
during
you know
Nixon, right?
why? You know what the problem was? Yeah. So there was all these soldiers that were doing heroin in Vietnam, and they were coming back home addicts, heroin addicts, and it became a problem in the early 70s. So
Yeah.
Nixon was trying to address that actually while the war was still going on. Created the war on
Well,
drugs.
I think I know why heroin was the drug of choice for the Vietnam vets, because heroin is made from opium. And opium, you know how like over here we have like,
I think it was the popular drug that was farmed there.
yeah, here we have like they have cigar lounges and marijuana lounges, but over in Asia,
Yeah, you have
opium,
the opium.
opium dens they used to call them.
Yeah.
And opium comes from poppy flowers, which the Taliban grows a lot of in Afghanistan. I wouldn't be surprised.
And there was a similar problem with soldiers in Afghanistan getting addicted to heroin and opium.
You think the troops were in Afghanistan so long because there was some secret business going on?
Well, they were soldiers were stationed to guard the opium production, the opium farmland.
Really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
there's pictures of that. You can see they're just standing there protecting the poppy seeds, the poppy fields.
The poppy fields, yeah.
Yeah. So they were basically hired guns to stand guard over the poppy fields. That's what they were doing.
They say if you eat poppy seed cake, don't get a drug test.
You shouldn't, because it can pop up.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's a popular Asian pastime, I guess, drug.
You know who introduced opium into China and got them addicted?
Well, parts of China was colonized by the British and the French.
But do you know who introduced opium into China? What country?
Originally, well, we have to go way back.
No, just to the like the 1800s.
Well, it has to be like the British or
Yeah,
the
the
French.
British.
I'd say the British.
British, yeah.
Because the
you know what the opium wars are? You heard of those, right?
Yeah.
So the British were trading opium to the Chinese, basically to get like their spices. They were selling them drugs to get whatever they wanted, out of those products. Because the Chinese didn't want to work with them commercially and sell anything with them. They were trying to be isolated. And then the British came and got them addicted to opium, and they started trading for that.
Interesting. Now, I guess it's a good time to do a little pro wrestling talk if you want.
Pro wrestling, current pro wrestling.
Well, the storylines are.
I'm not that caught up, honestly.
Yeah, the storylines are getting ridiculous, to be honest with you. There he is.
What's going on? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Western Mike.
The great
What's going
legendary
on?
Mike.
What's going on?
How you doing, Western Mike?
How's the West Side doing?
So tired. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
but it can't be. It can't be that late over there by you.
Oh no, stayed up late last night. So and then slept but didn't sleep as much. So relying really on like 5 hours of sleep.
So you're tired.
Definitely tired.
Yeah, but you were free today, right? You're off today, right?
Yeah, I was off today. What, like in terms of work?
You should have slept. You should have slept late.
Yeah, I wanted to go.
Maybe you
wanted
did.
to get out of the house.
Oh, you didn't sleep late, right?
No, I didn't sleep in. I wanted to get out of the house. It's nice to be out during the day and then come back at nighttime.
I mean, I got to bed late, but for some weird reason, I just woke up at like 7:45 a.m. and I couldn't get back to sleep. And I got up, went to the bathroom, and then I just couldn't go. I just couldn't go back to bed. I made coffee, and that was it.
That's from all your working years.
No, I was always, like when I was in my my 20s and my 30s, like a lot of times I would just get up like really late, like the worst I ever like we're talking like 11 a.m., 12 noon. I would get up because we would go out to the nightclubs and then we would come home sometimes at sunrise. We go out if anything was happening. We were busy, and then we went to the diner. If nothing was going on, we would go to the diner.
Hey, James, they have Danish there?
Huh?
They have Danish there at that diner?
Danishes? You mean pastries?
Yeah, Danish.
Oh yeah, the diners here in North Jersey, they're usually owned by Greeks, and they have really good, like, New York style cheesecake. The heavy duty cheesecake. They got pastries, muffins. I like croissants, to be honest with you, but I like nice buttery croissants.
Do you have a cheesecake factory over there?
Yeah. Yeah. I was this. I had dinner one time there, and the portion was too small for me, and
Oh
and I
man.
noticed the cheesecake was really pricey, for a slice of cheesecake. But cheesecake in a diner, you get a big ass piece, and
What do you get? The New York cheesecake?
the real thick, heavy New York cheesecake, and I would get like blueberry. I used to like the blueberry cheesecake, on top. And but I would order like shit. I would order sometimes a feta cheese and mushroom omelet with home fried potatoes, um, bacon, no coffee. Sometimes I guess a chocolate milkshake, or I would just get the cheesecake, or I'd ask them, "You got any bread pudding?" Or freshly made like rice pudding or something. I would get that. So we'd be eating, but we were talking, eating and talking, eating and talking, and time goes by, and I get home too late, and I go to sleep late, and I would sleep late. I would get up late. That's how it was. Now, forget it. Now, for me, I wouldn't last that long. Getting home at sunrise and being able to function. I'm lucky. I would probably stagger my way into the apartment, crawl my way into the apartment. But that's those were the times. Things change. You didn't have pandemics back then. You didn't have really. You didn't even. I mean, eventually they started talking about HIV, and I think the 1980s. I think it was the 1980s.
Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay. 1980s. My insurance broker took me to Plato's Retreat. We used to go to Plato's Retreat in Manhattan, and that was like a swingers place where people were banging each other all.
Hey James, you should play the commercial for that. It's on YouTube. The original commercial for
Plato's
Plato's
Retreat.
Retreat. Yeah, it looks really cool. It's like an old fashioned 1980 commercial.
Hold on.
Oh, nice.
Let me try to find that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they played it. They played it on Long Island, that area, because they wanted Long Island couples to come out and swing in the city.
Oh man. Let's see.
What about Studio 54, James? You ever been
Is
there?
Plato's Retreat documentary, Plato's Retreat commercial?
Yeah, it's commercial.
All right, let me check this out. Plato's Retreat commercial. Well, they're both 1 minute. How long is this?
Oh my gosh.
This is interesting.
Yeah, it's not long. It's just a commercial.
All right, hold on.
That's it.
Okay, do screen share.
Screen share
it. I'm still laughing at what Mike said about parents' basement dwellers.
Oh well, yeah. What was he talking about with the failed launch?
About launching?
Yeah,
I don't know.
we gotta
Okay,
find out.
Here we go.
Can make your dreams come true. Won't feel your wildest fantasies. We've got them all for you. The pleasure and the fun will keep you feeling young. It's for you.
Located in the Ansonia Hotel is a unique club open to free-thinking adult couples. We offer a relaxing, no-pressure environment, complete with heated swimming pool and that great disco beat. Plato's may not be for everyone, but you won't know until you try it. For more information, call.
The pleasure and the fun will keep you feeling
That's
young.
awesome.
For you. It's for you. Plato's Retreat. It's for you. Come and say
It's for you.
Yeah, that just looks great.
Yeah, and yeah, you know what? We have New York City videos, Plato's Retreat. It's like a playlist thing. Hold on. It's like it's for you. It's for you. Oh, Michael left. Plato's Retreat. Yeah, this should be good. Okay.
Before the Great Cleanup began, vintage pictures of New York in the 1970s show the raw life of the city in stark contrast to its modern glitz. Stunning pictures have emerged that offer a glimpse into New York's gritty past when it was just a shadow of the city it would become. The incredible images, taken over a decade before the famous cleanup of the city under Mayor Rudy Giuliani in the 1990s, show some of the Big Apple's landmarks as they were back then, including Times Square, the Statue of Liberty, and a poignant view from inside the World Trade Center. Other shots portray the other side of the city that never sleeps as Chinatown and Harlem look run down and graffiti is sprayed all over the subway. The snaps were taken by Australian Terry Dwyer, 65,
That's how it looks now, right?
in Sydney, as he visited New York in 1979. I found New York City to be almost overwhelming, so I took photos of scenes to help me remember, he said.
No, see, I thought it was. Oh, okay. So it's mostly New York in the 70s before Giuliani changed things. I thought it was strictly on Plato's Retreat.
Now, I've been using Grammarly for years. Now, the great thing is,
Grammarly. What did he say? Beto O'Rourke. Beto
O'Rourke? Who is that?
He's
a Democrat.
He's running for governor of Texas. He's originally the mayor of El Paso. Okay, we are in search of more Plato's Retreat. Let's see what this one's about. If it's any different.
Grammarly is free and easy to use. It not only helps you check your grammar, but also ensures that your tone is appropriate for the audience you're writing for, and that your sentences are clear and concise. And for those of you that are still in school, they recently came out with a brand new feature, which is called the auto citation feature.
Who is this? This guy looks funny.
Oh, it's the same commercial. It's funny when they were disco dancing.
Yeah. Is that how it looked when you went there?
Yeah.
Located in the Ansonia Hotel is a unique club open to free-thinking adult couples. We offer a relaxing, no-pressure environment.
Free thinking booze house.
Play-Dohs may not be for everyone.
Actually, wasn't alcohol illegal to be, or not illegal, but they didn't want to serve it there. Wasn't that one of the things with Plato's Retreat? They didn't serve alcohol.
Yeah, you're right about that. They didn't serve alcohol. It was either the liquor license deal, or I always thought it was because alcohol suppresses a man's libido.
But they allowed drug use, like you can do coke.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, coke was really big back then. Oh, here's one that we didn't see. Wait a second. This is interesting. This is going to be amusing. It's for you.
Is it
It's
the
not
same
for
one?
everyone, but you never know. You might like it.
It's for you.
It's for you.
What was that?
What the
That
hell
wasn't
is
a real
that?
commercial.
What does that have to do with Plato's Retreat?
That wasn't a commercial, I don't think.
Oh, Plato.
How does Nutrisystem work? It's not a secret. It's science. The program is designed by dietitians.
This is WPIX New York.
That channel's still around.
Yep.
One of the most famous swinging sex clubs in New York City has been closed down. Plato's Retreat never opened for business tonight. The city had closed it down on charges of prostitution.
Prostitution, huh?
This is INN, the independent news.
Good evening. I'm Sheila Steinbeck.
And I'm Marvin Scott. Morton Dean is off tonight.
It's just 2 weeks since the city first closed down a homosexual sex club for not following new state regulations aimed at stopping the spread of AIDS. Tonight, as an outgrowth of this investigation into high-risk sex that may spread the deadly disease, the city closed the doors to Plato's Retreat.
There was no gay people
standing
there.
by live at Plato's Retreat. Mary, what's the reaction?
Well, Larry Levinson, the owner of Plato's Retreat, is obviously not very happy about the move that the city has taken. He told me that his club was supposed to open tonight at 9 p.m. But at 8:30, attorneys from the city's corporation council arrived with papers to shut it down. Mr. Levinson is here with me now. What reason did they give you for closing Plato's Retreat?
The reason they gave was for prostitution.
Do you promote prostitution here?
We don't allow prostitution on premises. We never have. I always said we never will.
I had a conversation with him. I chatted with him. I remember him. He's the owner.
Prostitution does not coincide with the swinging concept of the urban lifestyle of swinging, and it never will. And if I allow prostitution on my premises, then my swinging couples.
It's hard to hear what he's saying.
That undercover city investigators.
Yeah, I can't get any louder.
Prostitutes soliciting customers. What do you say to that?
They are liars, damn liars. If I was on the premises that night, they took girls right out of here. They were on a dance floor by themselves.
It's horrible audio.
Charge of prostitution. One of these ladies happened to be a very close friend of mine, and she never solicited a man in her life.
Mayor Koch is in Japan tonight. He said he was very happy that this move was taken. What do you say to Mayor Koch?
The Mayor Koch says that he's an idiot. As far as I'm concerned, they closed up sexual freedom in this country tonight.
Mayor Koch.
I will be in court Tuesday to fight these charges, and I hope that at least the courts of New York are legitimate, not like the police department.
Several weeks ago, you got a letter from the city asking you to submit guidelines for promoting safer sexual practices here to avoid the spread of AIDS. How are you planning to avoid spreading AIDS?
I did everything the city asked me to do. I put up signs. I hired extra security. I was in the
1985.
or fellatio on our premises. As far as that goes, this has nothing to do with it. Less than 1% of the AIDS cases are heterosexual. This has nothing to do with.
That's good footage.
I mean, sounds like it sounds like a witch hunt. You know, the NYPD was told to shut them down.
Yeah.
Because the girls were just like patrons. They weren't prostitutes. There was no soliciting. Actually, when I went in the gigantic jacuzzi with this girl, and then we went in the back in a private room, because when we were in the huge jacuzzi, these perverted old guys with bald heads and fat bellies were starting to surround us. I said, let's get out of here. Let's go somewhere private.
Now you said you went on it was a different night because they allowed single males in.
Yeah, it was Monday, believe it or not.
Because they usually didn't. You had to be together, a couple.
Yeah, you had to go. You had to go in with a couple.
Male, female. They wouldn't allow
right. Single
guys,
right,
or gay guys.
Well, Monday was for single guys or couples, whoever wants to come. So,
but if there was a female couple, they would let them in. They were pro, I guess, lesbian, but not gay.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any lesbian or gay interactions when I was there. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but so after I got out of the private room with the girl, okay, we were naked, we had robes, and the owner came up to me. That's right before I was chatting with him. He says, "Did that girl that you met here, did she solicit you? Did she ask you for any money?" I go, "No, absolutely not." He says, "Yeah, because I don't want any prostitutes coming in my place, my club."
What year was that?
It was like in the early 1980s. Early.
I wonder. So this interview they showed it said 1985. So I wonder if he'd been dealing with allegations earlier in the early 80s, and that's why he would ask you that. You know, he's trying to get ready for any allegations like that.
Yeah, I mean he's because, well, they're using the AIDS epidemic as an excuse to close down anything that involves sex, even if it's heterosexual. And in reality, AIDS, just like monkeypox, occurs mostly
No, James, why do you think they were doing that at the time?
amongst the gay community. I think they were doing it because it was like the same right-wing religious nuts that started prohibition back
In New York City, though? You think Mayor Koch, that was his thing, or he was just trying to be like pro cop? You know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. I guess because of AIDS, they had to play it safe, I guess, and close down anything that involves sexual activities.
But
So
they didn't really need to.
no, because if you look at the history of HIV, just like with monkeypox, it is predominantly
Right.
amongst the gay community, the
Right.
male, not the male gay, not lesbians. So maybe they thought they were doing the right thing to close down all the swingers. I mean, that wasn't the only swingers club.
So that's kind of similar.
There was a place called the Zoo. There was a place called Hellfire.
Oh, also Studio 54, right? It was really
Oh,
big.
Studio 54.
And
Right?
they shut them down over I think like tax evasion, they something like that.
It was like a free for all over there, right? I mean, you had people. Well, like you said before, in those days there were cokeheads.
Mm-hmm.
That was the drug of the soup of the day, or the drug that was in vogue.
You can say it still is, and like the club scene, stuff like that. I think that'll always be around.
Then later on, I guess ecstasy became like
Yeah,
became
yeah, they have other stuff, but I think there's always the one that's gonna stick around.
Yeah, but good
will be
coke,
there.
not cocaine that's cut and mixed
Mhm.
with other shit. I mean, white line makes me.
Now, what is this about? His dog?
Sorry, my neighbor's dog is having a crisis again. He's been told multiple times, trying to understand them, but it's frustrating and unethical. So what are you saying, Mike? Are you saying the dog barks continuously? And
Yeah, you should. That's okay. You can still come on.
I mean, I think I could hear you.
I didn't hear any dog in the background.
No, I didn't hear any dog. But come back and I mean, listen, how loud could this dog be? How many condos away is this dog? I mean, how many condos away is this dog? Even after warnings. Well, I don't think the dog is going to listen to you. I mean, you could try to reason with the dog, but I don't think he's going to listen. Say, look, Pooch, your continuous barking is very annoying to me.
Dogs have minds of their own, right?
I can't relax. It's not going to work. Something is causing the dog to bark.
Yeah, you got to find out why is he barking.
And it's like when a baby cries and doesn't stop. There's a reason for it. The owners are the ones responsible. Now, if this dog barks after like 10 p.m., there's a curfew. There's a curfew for noise. If this dog barks late, then you can call the police. Oh, so this dog is really a loud barker. You're not the only one who's disturbed. Talking to the dog.
Talking to a dog.
Yes, no, it's the owners. The dog either is sick or hungry
now
or thirsty, or the dog needs to go out.
Now the problem, James, talking to the dog would be if the dog talked back.
Then you got problems.
That's what happened with the Son of Sam in New York City.
Well, then you wanted the booze hounds on the other shows, because I'm sure they have conversations with animals that talk back.
The Son of Sam story, right?
Well, he says that he got commands from a dog.
From the dog, yeah.
Almost like a demon was talking to him through the dog.
So that was in the Bronx, I think, mostly at
David
the same time period as Plato's Retreat.
David Berkowitz.
Mm-hmm.
He was a mailman, right? Worked for the post office.
I don't know.
Yeah. Dog was crying and scratching its front door like a bitch the other morning, 5 a.m.
Mike's front door?
Wait a minute. What do you mean the door? Your front door? The
If that's
dog.
your door, that's
It
fucked up.
sounds like the owners are being irresponsible having this dog. You can't blaming the dog is like blaming.
Nah, you can't blame the dog.
It's like blaming a baby.
Yeah.
For crying. It's the owner's responsibility to find out why this dog is doing that.
Or maybe they don't care.
Safe and
I
check.
wanted to ask Jason if he got his booster update.
I got my fifth shot. I got my Omicron booster. I got it a week ago. Neighbor's front door. Well, if the dog was whimpering, like crying, like that means there's something wrong. That means that the owner should be reported to the ASPCA if there's a pattern. If there's a pattern, call the non-emergency desk at the police department and tell them what's going on, and say, is this something that the ASPCA should know about? The dog is crying. The dog doesn't stop barking. The dog does this. It does that. Because something's wrong, and it's not the animal's fault. It's the owner's. Fetterman wants to have. What do you mean safe?
Do you know who Fetterman is, James?
Yeah, he's running for a U.S. Senate out of
Pennsylvania, right? Pennsylvania?
Yeah, against Dr. Oz, who doesn't even reside in Pennsylvania.
He has to. I think that's one of the requirements.
Well,
it's like, remember when Hillary Clinton joined or ran for Senate? She moved to Harlem. The Clintons moved to uptown Harlem. Remember that?
Well, that was funny. They lived in Westchester County somewhere, near White Plains.
No, I don't think they did. They didn't live in New York.
No, they didn't. No, the office, the law firm that Bill Clinton opened up when they decided to move to New York.
Okay.
Was in Harlem because I guess he wanted to. I know he did that for Hillary's political career.
Yeah.
So he can get the black vote.
So, well, no. Oh, yeah. But also, she had to move somewhere, technically in New York to be able to run.
Yeah. No, they lived.
Yeah,
They lived in Westchester County. They had a house in Westchester County.
Maybe at the same time that they were saying that they were in Harlem too, but before that, they lived, I think, in like Arkansas.
Yeah, they're from Arkansas. Well, Bill
Clinton was governor of Arkansas.
Yeah, Bill Clinton is from Arkansas. Hillary Rodham is from Chicago, and then she married him and moved to Arkansas. And she was a lawyer, and then he was. You're right, governor of Arkansas. And well, Richard and Pat Nixon moved to Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, over here in Bergen County, before he got sick.
Nixon was from California, right?
Yeah, Whittier. Yeah, he's from Whittier, California. He used to go to like San Clemente. I think he had a house there on that island. It's an island like Catalina Island.
Imagine how California was in like the 50s,
Oh, the 50s. That's the decade of prosperity for the United States.
Yeah, but California was just kind of
Eisenhower
just starting out as being a place where people would move to. You got the Dodgers. They moved there in '57.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dodgers.
And
Yeah,
the Giants. And
the
then yeah, it was just it must have been so different. Like they were just setting up suburbia out there. It's probably cheap. Like
well,
imagine Florida in the '50s.
well, Hollywood. Well, we're gonna talk about that because my mother, her sister, her brother, and my grandparents, they bought a house in Coral Gables, Florida,
Oh, really?
which is a
So that yeah, they got hit by the hurricane, right?
a suburb of Miami. No, what
Oh,
happened?
Coral Gables. Okay, there's I think there's a name similar. Yeah.
Yeah. Now what happened was Hillary is mulling a run for president in 2024. Hillary would fight for the middle and lower class citizens.
I've heard that actually that she is they're considering having her run instead of Biden.
Biden is Biden is too old and he's too frail and weak
But
looking.
he might run again though.
Yeah, but he's like bah, 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 bah,
No, it's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only gonna get worse. It doesn't get better when you're like that. All right, what was I saying? Okay.
You were talking about
Florida. We're talking about California.
Florida in the '50s.
Listen. Hollywood was already established, but you're talking about people moving.
Well, yeah, I'm talking. Yeah,
to
people moving out to California from say New York.
Right, Southern California was like the place to be.
Brand new. Back then,
The place to be is dry heat.
Mm.
Clear sky, beautiful.
And I think California was on the rise at that time. There was a lot of mystique about it. It was a cool place to go.
There was you didn't have the homeless population like you do now in Los Angeles and San Francisco. You didn't have the poverty. It was nice. It was a nice place. Now getting back to Florida, 1950s Florida. I'll wait till you come back. I agree with you, Jason. Yeah, I agree with you. The West Coast, I have to say cheers to the West Coast, the most progressive part of the United States. I mean, over here, aside from Vermont and actually New York State, they have a lot of great social programs, where other states don't even come near it. But the West Coast is the progressive mecca of the country. Okay, when he comes back, we'll continue the talk about 1950s Florida and how it used to be. Hey, Mike, you can come back. How loud could this dog be? I don't think he's going to drown out the show. That was funny, the Plato's Retreat commercial. That was real funny. There he is. How
you doing?
Hey. How the hell are you?
Annoyed. It's just, everybody's aware of this problem, and it just continues to be a problem. And you're right, yeah, I was whimpering the other morning at 5 a.m.
How often does this dog make a lot of noise?
Every single day. I mean, they were going to give it some kind of medicine, but even after, once again, it's only been like a week or two, and already back to this, and it's intermittent.
They need to take it to the vet.
I think they did, but then now it's happening again.
Well, what exactly is wrong with this dog? Are they administering the medication as directed, or?
I have no idea. But these are close living quarters, and you can easily hear people from the other unit. So
So you don't have soundproof walls, is what you're saying.
No soundproof walls. No, it is absolutely horrendous paying this much and to lack certain things like soundproof barriers, so you don't have to put up with outside interference. So glad you guys didn't hear anything, but that's still annoying and it's interrupting.
Yeah, well, I
It's
mean,
interrupting.
that would be more appropriate if you're paying top dollar to live somewhere to have soundproof walls. I mean, like I thought these new high rises over here on the water,
Yep.
where they're charging $5,000 a month rent. I thought they had soundproof walls, and then somebody told me, no way, you can hear stuff from other units. You can hear
people doing nasty things.
Well, I lived in one apartment, and my neighbor, I mean, I used to hear her, screaming from orgasms, and I used to hear all kinds of racket.
Yeah, another modern woman infraction. Gee.
Yeah, I had a girl overnight, and the teenage daughter complained that she says, tell James to stop having sex and making noises. So I says, what do you have, a glass pressed up against the wall? You're like listening like this. Oh. So anyway, all right, hold on.
Oh man.
Anyway, Florida in the 1950s.
Mm-hmm.
It was great, but
palm trees,
clean, no
everything's brand new.
No riffraff, no crime. Everything was nice. My grandfather couldn't find a job because they were saying, "Go home, Yankee. We don't give jobs to no Yankees." They were like very, very.
Where was this now?
Florida crack.
Coral Gables, you said?
Yeah, like the Florida, the native Floridians were not like now. You have people from all over live in South Florida.
Yeah.
But
the 50s was the beginning. So
yeah, there were real Southerners down there, and
Disney wasn't even here until I think it was 65.
Talking about Disney World, Orlando.
Disney World, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, well, nobody talked about Orlando back then. No, St. Petersburg was St. Petersburg was popular. Tampa, Miami Beach. What do you call it? Daytona?
Panama City.
Okay, well, that's the Panhandle. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pensacola, Panama City is the Panhandle.
Marco Rubio looks like it's going to win re-election. Ron DeSantis looks like set to win re-election.
Yeah. Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. Why? All the Miami Cubans must be voting for him. I don't know. How does he? Yeah, there's a lot. The South is very right wing.
What do you think of Marco Rubio, James?
They're still fighting the Civil War. They're still fighting the Civil War. No, I heard the Miami Cubans do a lot of complaining, and then I heard that all the propaganda you hear about Castro is all false capitalist, imperialist propaganda, and all those horrible things.
Hey James, how about the Bay of Pigs invasion? What was that all about?
Well, the United States had started, I think, the embargo, but what happened was there was Russia
missiles,
was trying to get
they put missiles in Cuba. The CIA was involved with all that stuff. What was?
Yeah, because that's only 90 miles from Florida, Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
And that was.
But NATO was putting missiles in. I think it was Turkey, pointing them at the Soviet Union before the Soviet Union put the missiles in Cuba. Oh, what did he say about Marco Rubio?
I don't know
Likes to
about
drink
that.
water during live speeches.
If he ran instead of Trump in 2024, he would probably win.
He ran in 2016, and
Yeah,
Trump
yeah,
and,
he would
Trump
probably
took the nomination.
He'd probably win. I mean,
you know why Rubio dropped out of the 2016 Republican running?
forget why he
It
dropped
was
out.
Trump
because Trump beat him in Florida.
Yeah, but it was
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
It was funny when Trump was going off on Rubio and insulting him and everything. That was hilarious in the debate.
Yeah, I think the best one was when he insulted Jeb Bush and just tore him apart.
Man,
Marco Rubio did wait. No, didn't Trump say something about oh man, what the hell's his name?
James, thanks for
Jeb Bush.
Ted Cruz's wife.
Cruz. Oh, really? I don't know.
Ted Cruz.
Oh yeah,
is also Cuban.
Is he?
Yeah, no, he's not.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, he's not. No, yeah, he's Cuban. And I think the Cubans in Miami, the Cubans that fled Cuba during the revolution, when Batista was ready to leave Cuba, those are the Cubans with money, and they went to Miami, and Batista fled to Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, with all the money he made from the mob that ran his casinos. He made a fortune off the casinos.
Yeah, that was a good time in Cuba. It was
Well, look at Cuba.
It was great for like vacationers,
yeah,
coming down.
Well, people are still going there on vacation. It's a great bargain.
No, they're not, because like they opened it up. Obama did something to open up, like you can go back and forth, but it was only like family. So they haven't opened up any vacation stuff or anything. It's nothing like that.
I think you have to go to Canada to take a flight to Cuba.
Probably.
Yeah. So what happened? Because a friend of mine went there, and I gotta ask him where he flew out of. But he says like they have perfectly preserved 1950s cars, clean as can be. I says, yeah, you know why? Because they can't afford a new car.
No, it's not because they can't afford it. It's because they're not available to even buy.
You mean
they don't import anything from anywhere, any other country?
Because the embargo, there's still an embargo.
There's the embargo, and then they want to say that they just depend on themselves. That's what part of the communist stuff.
So
So the last cars that they have that they were able to get imported are from the 50s. That's why they have those cars.
Yeah. Well, it's a huge island country. It's huge, and look at all the coastline. The whole island of Cuba is coastline. So
it is a big island. It's way bigger than Puerto Rico.
But forget it. But it's all coast. In other words, just think of think of all the 5-star resort, hotel, casinos that could be built in Cuba.
Yeah, they were there. They were there in the 50s.
Well, it was mostly by Havana, I think, the casinos. I think it was. Yeah, right. Chris Christie. Sure, I did.
You did, right?
No.
I thought you did. Chris Christie was chummy with Andrew Cuomo.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you're in the high-end political circle, and you're wealthy, you could be chummy with a lot of people, you know.
Well, they're both they're both from the Northeast, New York and
Yeah, I mean, they
and
don't.
Jersey. They want to.
Maybe they had something in common. Maybe they enjoyed the same hobbies. Who knows?
But I heard that Murphy is the guy now. He doesn't get along with Hochul, and even though they're both Democrats,
That's
and they're
Hochul.
right, the states right next to each
Hochul,
other.
you ever hear Hochul speak? She reminds me of Nancy Pelosi. She's like,
Yeah, a little bit younger version of Nancy Pelosi.
yeah, she's got that nervous personality, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Trump used to call Pelosi Nervous Nancy because she's like,
You know, he wasn't like off point on a lot of the when he was making fun of people. He would have a good point what he was saying.
Well, it was funny.
Yeah, it was funny and it was somewhat truthful also. That's what makes it funny.
You know, I used to enjoy watching all the roasts, you know, the Dean Martin roasts and the new
Yeah.
roast. When they roast somebody, it's funny as hell.
The Nancy Pelosi roast.
And that's what it reminded me of when Donald Trump, I have to admit, he is what he is, but he's a naturally funny guy. He's an entertainer. He's just funny. Just listen to him. And you don't know if he's serious about what he's saying, like when he says crazy shit, or if he's just like trying to be funny. You don't know. It's like it's a mystery. It's like
he is funny though. He's extremely entertaining to like.
Oh yeah, he cracks me up.
To watch.
I listen. What's that guy named Tom Arnold, who was married to Roseanne Barr. He knows Trump for years.
Tom Arnold.
Yeah. Tom Arnold says to Trump when he was running, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing? He says, listen, I know you well. I'm an asshole. He says, I'm an asshole, but I don't want to be president. You know what I mean? It's like he knew it wasn't a wise thing to do, but Trump's the kind of guy, if you tell him he shouldn't do it, he goes ahead and does it. You know, that's how I heard. That's how Arnold Schwarzenegger is. You know, like it makes him want to do it more.
I remember when Schwarzenegger became governor of California. It was a big thing. Like, how could an actor become the governor? You know, it's like
yeah, but you got to
just happened.
One thing,
and Ronald Reagan was an actor also back in the day,
and
he was governor.
Ronald Reagan was an actor, and then he was the president of the Screen Actors Guild, and Schwarzenegger already had fame from the movies.
Could Schwarzenegger be president?
No, because he's born in Austria.
Right. Right.
He's born in Austria. You got to be.
Natural born.
Natural born American.
Oh yeah, not just 14 years of citizenship. You need to be naturally born.
What was funny is he had some. There were issues between him and Maria Shriver. You know, they have personal issues. So anyway, he knocks up the cleaning lady, the maid.
Who are you talking about? Schwarzenegger?
Schwarzenegger. And the son looks like him. The son is a grown young man now. He looks just like him. Mildred Banya, I think her name is Mildred, something like that. And he knocks up the maid, and didn't know he had a son until he was like a teenager or something like that. But
hey James.
Yeah.
You remember Elliot Spitzer?
I remember Anthony Weiner.
Yeah, I think he was a couple of years later. Weiner was later. He was what was his position? No, Weiner. He wasn't the governor.
Oh, Weiner was a congressman.
He was a congressman.
Yeah, and he was married to to that girl with the Arabic name that worked for Hillary Clinton.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
she had,
know Spitzer. Spitzer was governor. He
right.
was supposed to be the future of the Democrat Party.
He was spending taxpayers' money on escorts or something.
On a French high-end escort.
High-end escort from a
Yeah,
French
yeah.
girl.
He flipped off the media at one point, I think, on his
Did
way
he?
back into the pickup car to take him off the campaign trail and get him back home.
Thoughts
Yeah.
and prayers, Jason?
Paul Pelosi got hit with a hammer. Somebody broke into their house in
That's
California.
brutal, man. A hammer?
Yeah, damn right it is. It's a blunt force, blunt trauma.
They
That's
say
going on a
San
lot.
Francisco isn't safe anymore.
It's not.
No, this was a MAGA red hat MAGA Trumpster Trumpanzee that wanted to. He was
MAGA?
He was the reason why he broke in is because he wanted to assassinate Pelosi. What do you call
No, was he looking for Nancy when he
Nancy?
went in there?
He was looking for Nancy when
So
he
he's
broke.
looking for her, but then he just found a husband.
Assault
Yeah.
is rampant in San Francisco, dude.
What's rampant?
Even like house
Assault.
break-ins.
Assault.
Mike?
What about is there a homelessness problem like Los Angeles?
Yeah, big time.
There is?
And yeah, you can't necessarily walk the streets. You know, you could get. I mean, you can be safe, but you also got to be super careful.
What about like when you're at home? Do you feel safe, or you think somebody might invade the house?
Well, he's outside.
Think I'm all good for the most part. Just be aware of your surroundings, and should probably be okay.
He's in a suburb of San Francisco. He's in
Do you see an increase in crime where you live, Mike?
Depends on the crime, really. Not really that much, but a lot of petty stuff, you know. Just maybe some petty stuff here or there. It's more just people are really annoying here.
You don't see like murders on the sidewalk.
No.
Is Oakland like a ghetto? Oakland, California?
Oakland, unfortunately, you know, it's a city just like any other city, but it has a prominent ghetto area.
Ghetto element to it.
A ghetto element, yeah, that's right, and it has a lot of tents.
Tent cities.
Tent cities.
Tent cities, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Well, Los Angeles has South Central, and which is the black area is called Watts. That's where Sanford and Son was supposedly located. They lived
James,
in
does New Jersey have any tent cities?
No.
How about you, Ronnie?
Not that I know of, no.
No way.
Florida doesn't have any tent cities at all?
They do.
No.
Wow, man.
Not tent cities. There's a little bit more homelessness here than I would say there was a couple of years ago.
It's like
you do see people come out like on the highway and with signs when there's a red light. I didn't see that like 2 years ago. But nothing like a tent city. Nothing like that.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. The tent cities, you know.
It's embarrassing.
I heard LA is like a lot of areas that were tourist attractions are like shitholes now.
Yeah.
Is that true, Mike?
Like Hollywood Boulevard, you know.
Yeah, it's
Hollywood, you know, like downtown.
Man, it's really a shame, man, that happened.
Yeah, the economy is just not in the best shape right now. It's not really worth traveling right now. Could do it, but it's not really worth it, and it would be really bothersome, you know.
I thought San Diego was really nice, but maybe because it's so expensive to live there.
San Diego does look like a really nice area.
No, when I was there, it was like it was really nice. I mean,
San Diego's nice, yeah. Manhattan Beach. is really nice. Manhattan Beach is cool.
There's Huntington Beach. There's Long Beach.
Dogtown.
Who's London Breed? Jason just knows everything here.
That's the mayor of San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Yeah, she's doing what she can.
That's her name, London Breed.
London Breed.
Well, it could be worse. Her name could be Lightfoot. What is the
From
one?
England.
Chicago's mayor.
What is her name?
Last name is, I think it's Lightfoot.
I think it is Lightfoot.
Lightfoot.
She's funny looking, really.
Yeah, she's very funny looking. She looks like a bug.
No, she looks like a villain, like one of the Batman villains, like
Yeah,
Penguin.
she looks like
The
Beetlejuice.
movie Ants.
Remember Beetlejuice on the Howard Stern show?
Beetlejuice, yeah.
Beetlejuice.
That is it. It's Mayor Lightfoot.
Lightfoot.
Mayor Lightfoot.
Heavy at. No, just kidding.
Wouldn't it be
Sorry.
funny if she was a podiatrist? Or if the guy's name was Dr. Frank Footer? That would be fun.
James, what do you predict for the Florida governor's race? It's coming up.
Oh man, that's.
He's gonna
Do you
say
know
it's
who's
bad.
running? You know the other guy?
I'd say it's going to be close, but I think.
Do you know
Charlie,
who the Democrat
Chris,
running is?
I think
Yeah.
Chris is going to edge him out, but not.
Really?
You think so?
Yeah, he's such a prick though. He's not actually.
He's a prick. Yeah.
He's not well loved. He's like
He's actually a Zionist.
that's not good.
Yeah.
I think Ron DeSantis will narrowly win it.
Yeah.
Or perhaps even by a likely margin.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's winning by a landslide in that one.
Not by a landslide. Florida is, I think, still technically a swing state, although it's leaning more toward the red.
There's
Yeah,
actually more, for the first time, there's more Republican registered than Democrat now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think the Miami Cubans are definitely Republican voters.
Yep.
Because they have this obsession with the Castro regime. You know so you might as well say
That's kind of where Rubio came from. That background.
Yeah, that's him.
Rubio. I liked Rubio when he was running for president.
They like to
Kinda-
play dominoes.
Kinda liked him then.
Cubans like dominoes. I used to have a
Like him.
Rubio's very pro-war though. Very pro-war.
Well,
I don't like his foreign policy.
if he's in favor of spending taxpayers' money on all these military bases, these hundreds and hundreds of bases.
He's in favor of it. He was actually complaining that his Democrat opponent was like voting for this bill that was going to reduce the funding for the Pentagon.
Yeah,
And he was vehemently against it.
Isn't there too much money going to the Pentagon anyway?
That's what I would say, but he thinks there's actually not enough money going to the Pentagon.
Yeah. I heard BC is big on military spending.
BC.
Not big on it.
He's big on eating fast food wherever he's working. I know that. And he works in a fast food place. But anyway,
he does.
These countries don't want U.S. military presence in all their countries. They should govern themselves. Really, they could govern themselves. They don't need the U.S. there.
Got out of Afghanistan, can get out of everywhere.
If you got out of Afghanistan, you can get out of Germany. Why are they in Germany?
All those troops coming home.
What is going on with that?
Why do Germany?
Is Germany just like a colony? That's literally what it is. They don't say that, but that's what it is.
I mean, Germany is an advanced is a technologically advanced first world country. They don't need the United States.
It's advanced, but it's not a first world country because in reality, it's a colony of the United States, and that's why the military is not going to leave there. There's about 500,000 American troops in Germany at any time. Why?
Why do we have troops around the world?
That's an occupation.
Exactly.
Why do we have troops around the world?
500,000. It's a standing army. That's why, because Germany's landlocked. So they're
No,
all.
well, the Baltic Sea is on the north coast.
I don't think they're stationed there. I'm not exactly sure where all the stations are in Germany, but Germany is a huge hub for the U.S.
Be right
military.
back.
They're always going to Germany.
Yeah, but I bet Poland has a lot of U.S. military because Poland borders on Russia.
Especially now, there's more going there, so they're trying to beef up this war stuff with Russia.
Finland borders on Russia.
Poland is very belligerent though. They're big into the Russian fight. So they probably want to go and use nuclear weapons and whatnot.
Well, could you imagine how fast the wall will be finished if all those troops came home from the military bases and they didn't know what to do with all these personnel? That wall would have been up a long time ago.
You might not need a wall if you just station all the troops there.
Yeah,
instead of where they're stationed now.
But the wall does make it easier on the border patrol. It really does. Hey, you know what makes it easy on border patrol? Drones. I think drones are wonderful. I mean,
Obama liked drones.
Drones.
That's how he actually used to kill people himself from the White House.
Yeah, drones.
Drones
come in different sizes, and you can do just about anything you want with a drone. But I mean, the border patrol, you don't need to send up military helicopters going up and down the border. You just send drones.
Yeah.
You just patrol the border with drones, and then as soon as you spot, well, first of all, the wall goes underground. The steel goes underground quite a bit, and it's very difficult to tunnel underneath that. Very difficult. So I think it would be a hindrance for any human trafficking, smuggling, or illegals, or drug smuggling to take place with the wall. If it's complete, I mean, you can't do it where there's mountains, of course. You reach a mountain, then you got to stop, and then you continue on the other side of the mountain chain.
Are there mountains on the border?
On
the direct border.
There might be mountains here and there, but not most of the border. Most of the border is desert. But I heard there are some mountain ranges here and there. Maybe New Mexico. New Mexico has mountains and desert.
You know what, James? I'm really glad I'm live with you because if that dog is having freakouts and if people's pandemic puppies are acting out, then that can kind of since we're live and that's happening, that's technically like a recording and a documentation. So that's a good idea. No, wait, but if a dog is whimpering, then
something's wrong. Something's wrong with the dog.
The dog is fucked up.
It's crying.
So the dog is fucked up then.
All right. I'm glad you mentioned this because I'm big on animal abuse, children and animals. And I would say that if this dog continues to whimper, to cry, and bark uncontrollably, and if this dog has a medical issue, and it doesn't, if it doesn't get resolved, and this dog continues to cry and whimper, I think the ASPCA should get a call.
Right.
And they should investigate this, because
What do you think could be going on?
If a person can't be responsible enough to care for a pet, they shouldn't have the pet.
That's right.
They shouldn't. Just like if people are, if adults are fucked up in the head, they shouldn't be parents.
That's right. That's right.
To put it in layman's terms, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
You know, it's really hold on. Every country that was destroyed by the Allies in World War II was rebuilt and is now stronger than the U.S., Japan, and Germany. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Well, first of all, Jason,
I don't think so.
There's no way I would have dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, killing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians, men, women, and children. There's no way I would have done that. I would have had an embargo. I would have punished them. I would have put pressure on Japan to surrender with like an embargo around Japan, not allowing any imports to come in or exports to leave. But I would not hurt innocent civilians.
Hey Jason, the Arizona gubernatorial campaign currently has the Republican in the lead, following the Democratic candidate and nominee saying that she would refuse to debate her. So that's a Democrat who refused to debate the Republican opponent, and if was in that state, would vote for probably the Republican.
That's not good, because the people of the state of Arizona, they have a right to hear a debate. They have a right to hear the differences between the two candidates. I mean,
That's right.
It's their duty. They should.
James, what do you think will be the future of Tulsi Gabbard?
Well, Tulsi Gabbard, listen, she's a smart, very smart, intelligent, young woman. She has, right now,
she's got the momentum.
Right now, she's not. She's taken a break from politics.
But she has momentum right now.
Yeah, she told Chris Cuomo she's taking a break from politics right now. She hasn't decided what she wants to do, and she's not happy with how the government has dealt with this the military issue and the war, with wars and putting Americans in harm's way for unjust reasons.
Now,
And
James, would you say
like
she's a Russian asset, a Putin asset?
I don't know. I don't know where she stands on social issues. I know that I agree with her in regards to the military and wars, but I really don't know her policy in other
She's
areas.
for healthcare for all.
Okay, so she has potential. I think when Tulsi decides what she wants to do politically and she wants to get back in the arena, that she will be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, Harry Truman has a lot of blood on his hands.
Yeah, he's up there with Woodrow Wilson as being one of the worst presidents.
He's a piece of shit. Harry Truman from Missouri
He's a
is
piece of shit.
responsible for murdering.
He
men,
he's the
women,
president with the largest death count on his watch because
men,
of those attacks.
Yeah, men, women, and children, innocent civilians that have
He
no.
has the largest death count of any president.
They had no say in Japan attacking Pearl Harbor. Those people those citizens are innocent. They weren't like General Tojo is the one who ordered cruelty towards POWs wherever Japan went. Philippines, U.S. troops captured China. They murdered many thousands in this one city in China when Japan occupied China. The Chinese will never forgive them for that. Right now they hate Japan with a passion, and but it wasn't. It's not. See this. The innocent civilians they suffer from the actions of the people on top in control.
What do you think that is happening in Russia? They're going to throw sanctions on because we don't like what Russia's doing.
Well, they're forcing.
But the citizens of Russia have nothing to do with what their government decides to do.
Well, they're forcing. Russians don't want this war.
No.
Putin is forcing them into the draft.
But the United States government is harming innocent, citizens of Russia with sanctions. These sanctions are the first step to war, really.
Yeah, well, it's not friendly diplomacy, that's for sure. Tulsi is a bootlicker. She is only doing this to stay relevant. She's going to be forgotten in 12 months when Hillary makes a charge for the White House.
Well, I think it was Hillary Clinton that called her a Russian asset.
James, I highly recommend the book that David McCulloch wrote on Harry Truman. I can send you the book. It's close to 1,000 pages if you want to read it.
I want to read the book, Jason. You send it to me? Well,
yeah, he's
I gotta get Jason to send me a book. So maybe he can send it to you. You send it to me.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, send it to Ronnie, and then Ronnie will send it to me.
And then we can do like a book review, a live, and we'll talk about the book in like a month.
Yeah, like those people that get together, a book club, and then I can send it back to Jason.
Yeah, we can do that.
Like a big triangle, Seattle to Clearwater to New Jersey, back to Seattle, like one big triangle. I'm sure it is. I mean, that is, how do you make a decision? I mean, what went through that man's mind? Didn't he realize all the innocent civilians that lived in Nagasaki and Hiroshima? I mean, the Japanese are not, they're not the type to surrender. Like from the old samurais, if they're dishonored, they commit harikari, suicide. So that's why they had the kamikaze planes and the little mini submarines. They were one-way subs. But the thing is, these are innocent civilians. I mean, why don't you bomb military targets, airfields, or something? Why do you have to?
Yeah, it was a real scummy move, man, and it's celebrated. You know,
Yeah, that's what
like in
kills.
history books as a
That's what
good decision.
in the history books. It's celebrated, and you know the history books I had in grammar school never mentioned the genocide and atrocities that happened to the Native Americans by the colonists, European colonists, and the U.S. Army back then. They never mentioned a word about the Native Americans. They only mentioned that Indians scalp, like to scalp. They like to scalp people. Like, you know, they never told the truth really about what happened. Like when they were building the railroad from connecting the East Coast to the West Coast, they used to they didn't want to go around Indian land, sacred burial grounds or whatever. They just wanted to go right through, and that's why the Indians used to attack them. You know, they didn't respect their land. They brought it. That's why I was so happy. General Custer gets killed at Little Bighorn against the Sioux, Chief Sitting Bull of the Lakota Sioux tribe. When defeats the U.S. Army.
Hey, James, when you were a kid, did you play Cowboys and Indians?
No, I never did. I had the outdated toys that, you know, like I had.
What decade were you a kid? 60s?
Well, I was in third and fourth grade in the late 60s, and we had Rock'em Sock'em robots. I had Hot Wheels. I had the you know, those weren't really my favorite things. I liked my bike. I liked I had a wagon made of real steel, painted red. I had a flexible flyer sled. We had real winters back then. I had a flexible flyer sled. Was made of like shellacked wood with steel frame painted red, and it was like a heavy duty sled that you can actually steer it. No plastic. And we used to go down the hills, and you know, we had severe winters, so we were able to go sleigh riding all winter. And some people had cross country skis. Those were cool. You know, you travel on flat land, and you know, and they picked up speed too. Cross country skiing. It's a simple life, though. You know, I mean, I'm not bragging about it. You know, we had annoying things like the rotary telephone. You know, there was no internet. There was old-fashioned television, you know, with the tubes, the picture tubes that would blow once a year.
But you never played Cowboys and Indians.
No, I never
as a kid.
James, I know you don't like Ayn Rand. Yeah, selfishness as a virtue is what Ayn Rand was pushing. But you should read The Fountainhead before her magnum opus, which is Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, she wasn't very pleasing to the eyeballs, I know that. Horn Dog stopped commenting the second Ronald Simpson joined. Coincidence? I'll let the viewership decide. Are you secretly Horn Dog and Sid, Mr. Ronnie S?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. What about Fart Doctor? Are you Fart Doctor too?
Might as well be.
Who is John Galt? John Galt.
Date? What?
I don't know.
What is Jason doing?
Who is John Galt? I don't know. Who is John Galt?
Where you at, Jason?
He's not. He's never on my show.
It's nice to be on a show and taking a break from going out, just coming home and being on a show. It's nice.
Well, since you're living the life of sobriety,
Oh, heck yes.
where are you gonna work? Where could you possibly go later at night anyway, except the bar?
Yeah, and you could do that for a while, then come back. Might do that later on because of just frustrating weekend with apps and with neighbors. It's just really bothersome. But
Yeah, but if you're being good, don't start drinking again because of neighbors.
hey, oh no! Hanging out at the bar sober is really fun. So going to the bar and not having a drink can be just as cool. I don't know if I'll go out later. Maybe not. But going out to the bar sober is fun.
Is there a dining? Is there a good? Do they serve good food at some of the bars you like?
No, they don't. They have snacks. They don't have entrees, but they have some really good snacks though. So it's good, and you can go there, and you don't have to drink. So that's nice.
Oh, that's good. Well, if you, the only thing is, don't tell the booze hounds that you're drinking a cranberry juice with no vodka in it, because they'll, people that drink alcohol, people that drink booze, and they make fun, they mock of people that don't drink. So don't tell them what's in your glass.
Well, they don't not drink, so there.
Atlas shrugged. That's good for the trapezius muscles. Shrugging.
Atlas shrugged.
Yeah, Ayn Rand.
Oh yeah.
My first co-host and mentor, he used to talk about Ayn Rand promoting selfishness and greed, and then a guy named Friedman was another
Milton Friedman.
Milton Friedman, another greedy capitalist.
A bit different from Ayn Rand, though.
Yeah,
definitely different.
Yeah. But I know one thing, that J.P. Morgan was really
J.P. Morgan.
He was really a rotten human being, man.
I mean, that's a totally different time period.
Chase Bank. Is that bank?
He
Doesn't
didn't
Chase
start
Bank
Chase
have
Bank,
a lot of bad stuff?
Actually, no. They J.P. Morgan and Company, after he had died, it wasn't until the 50s, the 1950s.
Light reading.
That J.P. Morgan Company combined with what was called Chase Manhattan Bank. And they took over Chase. It was called Chase Manhattan Bank. And now it's just called J.P. Morgan Chase. You probably remember that, James, right?
Yeah, the bank. Yeah, I recognize the bank. Well, he pretty much took over his rich buddies' businesses. Carnegie in Pittsburgh, who started U.S. Steel, and J.P. Morgan took over that.
And Chase Manhattan Bank was under the orbit of the Rockefellers.
Yeah, Rockefeller.
Actually,
there was Cornelius Vanderbilt. There was
Nelson Rockefeller.
Nelson Rockefeller.
Remember he was the governor of New York.
Right, the Rockefeller family.
And then from him, they have what's called the Rockefeller Republicans. And they're supposed to be like moderate, centrist Republicans, He was the governor of New York for like I think it was like 3 terms. It was a long time.
I heard so was FDR, the governor of New York, and
FDR was the governor of New York, and also Teddy Roosevelt was the governor of New York.
yeah. Now FDR, Teddy was a progressive Republican like Eisenhower, but you know FDR came.
I'd say more so than Eisenhower.
Yeah.
More so.
Teddy, what was I told? FDR.
Eisenhower was really just a corporatist.
Yeah. Well, he had a nice high tax rate on the rich, and he built the
Yeah,
road.
he was just mainly a corporatist. So
You
like
know, he
his
built-
whole cabinet and everybody he did businesses with
he
was
built
all big business.
he built the interstate highways, right?
Yeah, well that was big business. He was working with the gas companies at the time and the car companies because they wanted to have the interstate system to push people to get cars so they can drive on the interstate. And that's also how it helps to create the suburbs.
The more interstate highway, the more highways, the more driving.
The more driving, exactly.
The more driving, the more
And the farthest way that you live from the city, if they create these suburbs, then the more that you will need to have a car.
Right,
And
and
then pay
buy
for
more
gas.
and buy more gasoline.
Right.
What was I going to say? FDR did not come from a poor or middle class family. He came from
FDR was an aristocrat.
He came from
Blue
a
sticks.
well-to-do family, but I think it was his post-polio syndrome that humbled him into becoming the progressive he became. Because if he didn't have a disability, he wouldn't have been a progressive. Not if he was aristocrat. And now, Jason, 1,200 pages is light reading for you? It sounds like a lot of pages.
You can do it in a weekend.
Morgan founded.
No, U.S. Steel was
Carnegie.
Oh, maybe that was. I think it was Carnegie. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it was Morgan founded J.P. Morgan.
He found the U.S. Steel.
It wasn't Steel. I don't think it was Steel.
You know,
yeah,
he's
Carnegie because you said Carnegie became a billionaire overnight. I think Carnegie was actually the Steel one.
You know, J.P. Morgan is the one who funded Nikola Tesla's tower, his famous tower, Wardenclyffe Tower, I think it was called, and he had it torn down. J.P. Morgan had it destroyed because he found out that Tesla was able to provide electricity to the entire world for free because he was able to harness electricity from the ground and the atmosphere, and he wanted to sell electricity, Morgan. That's why Thomas Edison, the sellout, he went with Edison, and that's why Edison is in our history books and not Nikola Tesla. Mornings on horseback. Well, the dirt about Harry Truman sounds very interesting. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, getting back to the revolution. Yeah, Batista was military dictator. You know, the poor didn't have shit. The poor, nobody helped the poor in Cuba, and you know, you had the wealthy and you had the poor. That's it. No middle class really. And then he made a ton of money from the casinos. Actually, he wasn't doing well with the casinos in Cuba, so that's why he had the mob come in and run them to show them the right way to run them. And then they made a fortune. And then he fled to Santo Domingo, and all the Cubans, I guess, have businesses, went to Miami. But if you watch the movie about Celia Cruz, you know, the Queen of Salsa, she refused her and her family to leave Cuba. And she stood there, and that's when they had a lot of trouble. They had a lot of trouble. Okay, the one and only, the Whiskey Scout has arrived. Railroad.
Yeah, railroads, exactly.
Yeah, once they connected,
Mr. Scout.
once they connected east to west, I think what happened was they had the former black slaves were working the railroads from the East Coast going west, and the
No,
Chinese,
it was the Chinese in the West,
and
right?
the Chinese were going from the west to the east, and they met somewhere in the middle. The Chinese immigrants that were hired to work to drive the spikes. Yep. What do they call that again? Transcontinental Railroad or something like that. I don't know, but it was a train that ran on coal, right? Steam.
Yeah, whatever they originally ran on. I don't know.
Yeah. You know what TV series I like? You wouldn't remember. The Wild Wild West with with Robert Conrad and his buddy, his sidekick, the guy with the dark hair. Whiskey Scout remembers that show, I think. There were federal marshals. There were U.S. marshals, and they would always be on a train because that's the only way they can get around the country. It was a good show. I liked it. Oh boy. Dr. Zhivago?
Hey, James.
When I was a kid, yeah. If you haven't seen it, I can't recommend it enough. Yeah, that's a famous movie, Dr. Zhivago.
James, do you go out late?
I have been out late since before the pandemic.
But before the pandemic, would you go out late or would you go home early?
No, I used to go out to one nightclub after the next and come home. Like I don't know, 4 or 5 in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah. We go out, we stay to closing, and then we all go to a diner and stuff our face.
Like the movie Swingers.
Yeah, Wild Wild West. Robert Conrad. It was like I think it was after. It wasn't as old as like Have Gun Will Travel, Richard Boone, Paladin, Bat Masterson, Gunsmoke, Chuck Connors, and it wasn't. It didn't go back that far. It must have. I think it came out. Oh man, maybe the early 70s. I don't think it was It wasn't a 1960s series. I mean, all of those old westerns were great.
Oh yeah, It's a Wonderful Life.
Even the spaghetti westerns with Clint Eastwood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can
Dirty
see
Harry.
Columbia. I can see Columbia University from. I just go around the block, and walk down the hill to the Hudson River, and I can see it right across the Hudson.
Cool.
I went there for health, fitness, and nutrition course. I took my my exam for personal trainer and certified personal trainer and nutritional consultant at Columbia. I took my exam there. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's in like the southern part of Harlem. It's technically in Harlem. But, Harlem, when they built Columbia University, was a different Harlem. But actually Harlem is reverting back to a nice you know, a lot of gentrification. You know, all the yuppies are moving in. They remodeled. They remodeled the buildings and sold them as condos and all this shit. And the yuppies are buying them up. And,
I think Harlem has 1 million people.
yeah, it's not the bad area. The bad area of Harlem shrank quite a bit. It
Yeah.
shrank down. It's disappearing.
How's the Bronx doing? There was that incident in the grocery store. The guy who, the thank you killing.
Thank you. Why he would say thank you to somebody and then kill him?
He killed him, I think, out of self-defense because he struck him for not saying thank you to him. Because he saw his backpack and was kind of trolling him about being a frontline worker. So then the guy just started hitting him, and guy lost his life outside. Just
In other
really
words,
stupid thing to do.
he was attacked for being a frontline worker?
Yes, and he was attacked for not saying thank you when he didn't really have to say thank you to the guy, and because he didn't say thank you to him, he went off on him outside like an idiot.
I mean, if it wasn't for frontline workers, I mean,
They're doing a lot.
They save lives.
They do, yeah.
Look who's back. The old troll is back again.
Huh.
Free
Sorry.
fur girls
Screw
chat.
off.
I'm gonna block him. Hey, how come you're not letting me block you, son of a bitch? Oh, there it is.
He learned something. I don't know.
Oh man, girls. Now I'm thinking about that the ZZ Top song. Girls. In the knee with the neon lights. Girls. Girls. Or the
Would
other
you go
one.
out this late? Would you go out this late?
Well, I can't. I have to go by your time, not my time.
Yeah, but would you go out to a bar right now?
What is it? 9 p.m. by you?
Yeah. Is that late?
No, hell no. No,
Oh.
we used to go out like sometimes close to 11.
Oh yeah.
Because that's when these clubs started getting hopping. They started getting hopping about that time.
Right.
Yeah, but it depends. I mean, if there's a place that gets a good crowd that you know of, and you like it there, nobody's gonna care what you're drinking, really. If there's a lot of people there, you know.
No, they won't. It's all good.
And they don't have to know. They don't have
No,
to.
it's all good. And in fact, if they ask, they're very cool with their asking.
They don't have to know what you're drinking. You lie to them. That's all. Everyone needs to get boosted. Yeah, I got my 5th. I got my Omicron special. The new Omicron.
I gotta go, James.
Oh, Bon Jovi did Girls.
Have a good one, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut down.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Nice seeing you. Yeah, ZZ Top did She's Got Legs. She knows how to use them. That's right. Anyway, this show has been on for about 4 hours and 24 minutes. 4 hours and 24 minutes. Well, I get sleepy earlier. I can't do what I used to do. You know, come home at sunrise and, you know, it's, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? They're all idiots. Before the pandemic, Whiskey Scout, the crowd was young, you know, early 20s. And they were acting like total assholes, you know. They were playing all that ghetto music and everything. Not the kind of music I was used to hearing when I used to go out back in the day, you know. Music you can dance to. Nah, this is all like rap and whatever the hell they call it. R&B, I don't know what the hell. It's crap. And they're pretty rowdy. They get drunk, they get into fights, and, you know. I just got tired of it. Have a good night. Don't forget, you have an early show tomorrow. You have Dawn Busters. Stout Sunday, that's right. Stout Sunday. Where you can have your instant breakfast. Just do Rocky style. Put like 4 raw eggs in a glass of your favorite bourbon. Chug it down. That's the official Stout Sunday instant breakfast. Oh, you won't be around to. Oh, you've got to work. By all means, have a good night. No Stout Sunday. Jason gets a kick out of Stout Sunday. He says it's very amusing. All the commentary that takes place. But anyway, thank you everyone for an invigorating show. I'm tired, but I'm also hungry. So I'm going to end now. Thank you. Whiskey Scout, Jason Cleveland, Michael Hilton, Ronnie Simpson, and everyone else. Take care.